live on the YouTube. But yeah, it's all right there, everyone. Innocent till proven guilty. But okay, so we should be live on the YouTube and the Twitter. Our plan for the day, let me recap what our today command is on Twitch. Where is it? Where is it? I got a today command somewhere. All right, so we got the Masijo website updated. Like, our animations are up there. The copywriting probably needs a bunch of work, so we'll have to fix that eventually. But yeah, the animations feel pretty good. I'm pretty happy about it. And we got those like other pages for like SEO and shit. Now, there's more work to do to make it feel like a real website, but you know, baby steps. Beyond that, we also ran the cheap models, not all the cheap models, but a few of the cheap models on GitBench just to make sure that our previous structured output changes worked properly. And it seems like they did a pretty decent job. Yeah, it seems like the structured output is now looking a lot better because we're more permissive. And what we gave, or not more permissive, but the structure we give to the models is actually like more descriptive via like the key that we're looking for. And that makes it to where the models can like fill in the blanks better. So by having the wrong key, we were getting the wrong output. And that's a really interesting thing that I want to take a note of. Right? Like the way you describe the structure coming back from structured output, the keys that you give it, and maybe even like the example values you give it are really important. And yeah, I don't think I had realized that until when I gave that talk at the meetup on Wednesday. Someone came up and explained like how structured output works, and it's really like they're tokenizing the structured output, which means that they're matching tokens like the key to values that they tokenized a similar way within like the regular output or whatever. So if you have a token for commit, but you're actually looking for, hold on, what's the better way to phrase this? If you're looking for something just called like answer instead of commit underscore message, the tokenizing of that key doesn't line up, which is actually really, really interesting. So yeah, kind of blew my mind, the person that described that to me. So yeah, just in case you're ever doing stuff where you're expecting good structured output, make sure that your structured output is as descriptive as possible. And then after the fact, you can do like mapping of that data to keys that your backend actually cares about. But it could be a code smell that the structured output you're getting doesn't, or is more descriptive, or has to be more descriptive than what your actual like model has. That means that your model in your data layer, it could be better, right? There's something unintuitive about how you named the props on that data model, which is actually really interesting. So anyway, we're live on all this. Give me 1 second to grab my phone, but also it's an early enough, it's a Saturday. I think we could start a Saturday early, especially because we're not going to be going till midnight like we did last night. I got gaming to do tonight. So give me just a second. We're going to get going, but I'm going to rinse out this glass. It is a nice chill day today. Oh, it's 23.7 degrees Celsius in this room. That is so reasonable. It was very nice having the temperature come down. But okay, so let me just go rinse this out. I'm not even sure I need ice cubes at this point, but I'll probably grab a couple. I need to grab my phone anyway, just in case we need some like two-factor auth stuff. Oh, alrighty. Hold on. Coca-Cola. And how is everyone's weekend going? What y'all up to? Boy. Oh, and I feel good about the discovery we did with Kepler yesterday. I think we want to do more, right? So, yeah, we barely even did a lot with Kepler, but even some of the stuff that we provided as feedback, I think was really valuable. So, we will do more experimentation, seeing if there's other stuff we need to pass as feedback. Wow, that Disney Plus theme hits different when it's over other music, huh? But yeah, let's get something playing. This is a good album. Oh, and then real quick, hold on, Gak. Yeah, let's check out the thing you were showing before we dig too deep into our stuff. Because I know you're on a different time zone. Oh, you got a solid domain name there, too. I like that one, man. That's good. First tip, make this vector, right? Turn this into an SVG. That's way too blurry for 2026. Almost seems to me like these could be the same height, but I like the stagger. Take this as a grain of salt. Like, if you don't want to change this, don't. But I wonder if this might look like, just given a shot, if it might look different with this being the same height as this, but they're still like staggered and offset. Give it a shot and see how you feel about it. I don't know for sure. It's just a random thought I had. And yeah, I would say this seems a little redundant, you know? So I would maybe think about like which bit of text matters more. Do you want it under the logo or next to the logo? And then just make it match your branding using, text styling. If you want to pick the side by side, just make this look like that. Yeah. That's what I was figuring. I mean, either way, just throwing it out there, letting you know. Random thoughts. Yeah. Okay. And you set it up as an API too. Okay. You should consider turning this into a series of, like, maybe not an all-in-one, but an MCP server, right? At least one MCP server, but probably split them up into the tool categories that you have. Because then just think about like all the stuff that like LLMs could do. There is an MCP setup. All right, perfect. Yeah. So I think you're on the right track there. Um, Have you submitted the MCP server to all of the places that you need? I don't think this is anything proprietary or crazy or like something I shouldn't be sharing. No, wrong ticket. Okay. So there's mcpserverfinder.com. mcpservers.org. Let's see. llama.ai. Oh, and then there's the Docker one. The Docker one's a little trickier. So yeah, Docker MCP market. Maybe it's catalog. Yeah. All right, there you go. So yeah, there's like the big main ones. There's some others that are just meh. And then another thing is maybe consider getting it added as a cursor plugin, right? So that's like a separate thing, but as far as plugins go, there's like cursor plugins. So they got a button for submitting. There you go. And then, yeah, the Claude plugin marketplace is probably another to check out. Uh, Here you go. Boom. All right. No. There's actual like catalogs, and you have to submit to these catalogs. They don't just auto discover. There's also the official list. Yep. So then this is the official one. No, yeah, and I get it. I totally understand. This is one of the things I've been kind of like leading the charge for at GitKraken. So that's why I'm like just so aware of it. So yeah, just figured I'd throw all those out there, check them out. I probably need to create a compendium. I told someone on Twitter I was going to like share that with them, and then I totally spaced. Mm-hmm. Caleb, if you're still out there, feel free to pass these on to anyone at Get Butler too. Like, you know, no skin off my back. Oh, just saying, like, I provided a list of like all the MCP server marketplaces. Yeah, for sure. But then there's also, if you haven't done like a cursor plugin, or a Claude plugin. It's a slightly different set of metadata. You still use like some of the same MCP config, but there's like a separate like plugin metadata on top. So yeah, I just figured I'd throw out the links that I got there. You know, if there's any others you can think of that I'm missing, like I know there's a few that I didn't list just because like they're not actually there yet. And then some others just kind of suck. Like Smithery or oh, what's this other one? I think mcp.so, that's another I missed. I guess the Open Tools Registry, I think we're blocked on that because some of these need like a remote server. But we might be able to reapply now that we have like an npx command for ours. So I don't know, just a lot of stuff to think about. Just wanted to share those links just in case. For anyone else out there, you know, rising tide lifts all boats. And if you guys discover others that I should be aware of, let me know. Yeah, I mean, it's more just about like the discoverability of it, you know? Just being like available, even if it's less effective. Mm-hmm. I assume at least Caleb, if you guys are doing the CLI thing, you probably have like a skill at least. I assume that you have your skill listed on skills.sh. Yep. Yeah. All right. Just want to make sure. but. but. Hell yeah. Oh, it was there. Yeah, for sure. Someone submitted it for you. Hey, Charlie, do the butt dance. Oh, and then hold on. Let's just do another check on this. I will say this is a lot of stuff on this one page. It's MCP servers, but yeah, Minecraft public servers. There you go. Did I type mcpservers.org wrong? Oh, I did type it wrong. Shit, you're right. I typed it wrong. No, that was on me, just spelling it wrong. Good catch, good catch. But Minecraft public servers, obviously. But yeah. On homepage. Oh, you're right. I am on the tools page. Touche. Yeah, I forgot I clicked over to that. Good catch. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of this. I like the idea of being able to search. One thing you may want to do at some point, right? Like you've got your frequently asked questions here, but something that I've heard at least is that LLMs, when they're indexing content, they really like frequently asked questions, like on basically every page they crawl. So you'll start to see that on a lot of dev tools in the future, where there's like a frequently asked questions list on basically every page. That's for the benefit of LLMs. Oh, and you got a typo right there. And a typo right there. Okay, so you really have an issue with spelling the word request. You get it right at least in a couple places. I'm just having fun with you. I'm just having fun. But yeah, dude, no, this is cool, man. I'm always looking for tools like this, so I'll just try and remember this when I go to find it, for sure. Like there's so many times where I'm like, oh shit, I just want to decode this one thing, but I don't know, it's not available in JavaScript natively or something, right? So yeah, no, this is cool, man. I think you're killing it. And any of these things I'm talking about, it might be worth like A/B testing. I'm not sure how much traffic you get if you'd have like enough traffic to determine the A/B test, but eventually just start trying stuff and see if it affects things. But yeah, super cool, man. Well, I mean, the API is essential just for like think about like agents running in the cloud in maybe limited environments where you're not going to want to install the world of dependencies, and you can just make an API request. And then with an API request, there's basically no chance of like supply chain vulnerabilities. So you might consider that in some of your marketing. Right? Like, why would I use this when my system allows me to download a homebrew package or something to do the same thing? Right? Part of that reasoning could be, well, you're not going to have supply chain vulnerabilities when it's just an API call, right? Unless curl gets compromised, and then we all have bigger problems. you know? Have to trust dev.tools? I mean, only as much as what you're sending it, right? But as far as like supply chain vulnerabilities, there's way more than just data leakage. It's like you could be installing a Trojan. It's unlikely, like, it's basically impossible to get a Trojan from dev.tools via just a curl request, right? So, yes, data leakage is still a problem, but supply chain vulnerabilities are deeper than that. You know, like the blackmail bullshit, where it like locks your system. But yeah, one link in the chain of trust is a lot easier than thousands of links in the chains of trust from a lot of supply chains, right? Yeah, but that kind of defeats the purpose of like the API thing, you know? So those are two separate things, and don't mix your messages, I think, is the main goal there. Yeah, but latency as a trade-off for security is usually worth it. Hence, stronger, slower hashing algorithms for passwords. And if they do it right, I'm not sure how GAC's infrastructure works, but if it's, like something that sits on like Cloudflare's edge network, the latency is pretty minimal. So yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can make it better and more robust. I don't know how GAC has built it, but again, it's just It's just marketing. He's got to decide how he wants to market and what problems he needs to solve for his customers. It's business 101. All right, so looking at what we got here. So if we click into this, right, and then I click to this, it takes us directly to Blame Forensics F002, which is just technically not what I'm going for. I feel like at the bare minimum, if we click this, it should take us to where that one's failure is. Yeah, okay. We're going to say OPSX archive is correct. Sink it. Sink it now. What are you waiting for? All right, so from here, fire up Pi again. That is not what I wanted. Hold on. No. Whatever. I don't think the changelog thing works the way they expect it to. No, and it probably works if we didn't have OpenSpec. But yeah, what up, beautiful? How you doing? I'm doing well, just chilling. All right, so all right, so that's one thing. And I think we had seen something weird about clicking to these. Nope, that looks fine. That part seems weird. Uh, we'll just fix this part by hand. It's easy enough. So this is on the model effort page. So models, provider, level, Astro. Oh, these are Astro pages, right. So fixture card, both. All right, so yeah, fixture card and fixture card both are in here, and I just want to change the order in which they go, right? I think benchmark needs to go first, right? So that's just pretty straightforward. So that part we don't need to get into the feedback here. So we go back to overview. It seems like we've still messed something up. Oh, we don't see the JSON in there. Yeah, now here's what we'll do. We'll do these as much smaller changes. And honestly, Germany just scored a goal. How can you tell? Because the ground rumbled. All right, so hold on. This might be a good use case for this. Let's check for some updates. All right, cool. Set a default repositories folder. Diagnostics we can keep there. All right, we'll let open code be that. Sure. So I think we're good there. All right, so we head back. We're going to start from scratch. Right, and we can add a repo from disk. Sure. Let me make sure we're at a good point here. A lot of results files. Yeah, we'll let that show. All right, so git to commit -m. We're going to have git kraken desktop create a proper commit for that. I should have done that yesterday. It shouldn't be too big that it can't do anything. What? Really? Oh, yeah, yeah. Results.json is a bit big. And all we did was rerun data after the latest change. No. So I get it. No. I mean, it makes sense. The results.json is 20 megabytes of shit. Like, or at least when it's like full sized. And technically, now you know what? We can quit that. We can add GitBench results. Yeah, it's like the full output from running our benchmarking. And then we take that JSON after aggregating everything, and we turn that into a SQLite database that we're also committing so that we can actually like query it properly. So the JSON file, I think, gets used in like initial pre-rendering and compiling. And then after that, we take it and we turn it into a like a SQLite file that we can query inside of like API endpoints. And should it be in gitignore? No, it should not. Because we need this stuff committed because we don't want to, like, how would we ship this up to Vercel without that there? It's not like we're going to run the benchmarks in the cloud. You know, like when we do a push to Vercel, it has to be committed after running locally. There's no way around that. Right? These benchmarks are not an artifact, like an ephemeral artifact. They are something we need to show the web UI. All right, so hold on. That's a big comment. So you did a deep dive on a legacy repo, commits, PRs, comments, Jira tickets, everything for 4 years of data as nobody knows how it works anymore, but one of the innovation teams at work needs to rework on the project. Spent $160 in LLM tokens to extract the tech and business logic and generate skills for every type of work in there. You think it was worth it? You'll see. Yeah, I mean, just break it down. If you make $160,000 a year, 160 bucks is just 2 hours of your time. Right? That's really fucking cheap. So however long it took you to do it, add 2 hours to that. Would anyone balk at an extra 2 hours? No. But the amount of time that it saved you to do so, probably worth it. You taking off, Riyadh? Yeah, no worries, man. Today's your last day with Claude Code. You're laying off Claude Code? Oh, how the turntables. It's like a margarita style but with pepperoni. So there's like big chunks of tomato on there? I guess, or big chunks of basil or something? I thought margarita style was just cheese. Like, technically. Oh, I see, I see. So chunks of mozzarella instead of grated mozzarella? Got it, got it. And then you add pepperoni as well? Got it, got it, got it. Okay. It's got the chunks. Yeah, yeah, okay. Now that makes sense. I don't know if I've ever had pizza that way. But yeah, yeah, sliced mozzarella instead of shredded. Haven't tried it. Sure, it's good. Hold on 1 second. Looks like we got a spammer over on the YouTube. Okay, there we go. You found a pizza place near the office that is really good, proper New York style. Ooh, okay. Andy Milanakis? Is it Andy? For some reason, I thought it was Anthony. It is Andy, though. You're totally right. For some reason, my brain had that wrong. But I know who you're talking about. Yep. He recently did a video where he reviews all the pizza places in New Haven, Connecticut, which has a lot of claims about its pizza. Either way, he ordered clam pizza from each place, which you thought was kind of wild. Well, I would think in like Connecticut, clam pizza's common, you know? I don't know for sure. I mean, Connecticut's the home of the clamato. It does kill the clam. Yeah, the clam is dead. I want to double check. Am I right about the origin of clamato? Is it like a northeast thing? Okay, so a company of New York actually claimed it. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was definitely like a New England thing. I guess New York is technically part of New England, huh? I never actually like think about it that way. I'm sure people in New England don't claim it that way, but whatever. Hmm. Yeah, no, Clamato's a New York thing. I would not have guessed that. Shit. My bad. I was wrong. Okay. So we committed stuff. Did we push it up? So wait, in your youth, you did some kind of colonial village recreation. You remember there was some kind of like oyster or clam pit, and one of the parents took it out and was like, "Look, it's like rubber." Oh, okay, sure. What up, Nalco? That's the main thing we're working on at the moment. We are now giving Kepler a try, which we should probably create a command for. So hold on. Commands add Kepler. I am trying out Kepler by Get Kraken. It's like conductor or T3 code, but with our own code flow take on it. It's brand new. Please give it a try and give us any feedback you might have. There is a form right there in the app. All right, cool. So yeah, we're gonna try out Kepler here. We're gonna give this a task, and it's gonna be a new work tree off of main, pushing to origin. Yeah, I didn't come up with the name. I would have hoped anyone who was naming this thing had done their due diligence. But we do still have time to rename it if needed. Yeah, it's out of my hands. Like, it's out of my hands. Yeah, yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Yep, not much I can do about it. It would it'd be pretty questionable if the people tasked with naming this thing didn't discover that. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I do think there is room for us to pivot if we need to eventually, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. That's a very good point, though. But yeah, naming stuff's tough. I mean, it's still just public preview. We could always rename it. There you go. Make it all elite speak. Hmm. I know, right? All right. Will it blend? All right. So then in a new task, which means new work tree. Oh, dude, that is weird. That is weird that like the zoom resets when I switch like workspaces. I don't I don't know how to describe that or like give instructions on how to reproduce it though. So that one's weird. All right, so the benchmark matrix on the home page of the web app UI has empty results when selecting JSON output. Right? We're gonna prepare the task. I want to try that. I know. Right, Caleb? You're just wishing for them to do badly. Well, I guess if they lose, there's going to be riots, right? So riots versus fireworks fire. All right, so hold on. And what was the thing it showed that was failing? Desktop. And what up, Fallen? How you doing? All right, so let's go Kanban. Yes, proceed. About console. Ooh, console view. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so you can kind of like just fire up a bunch of these. See them side by side. You can group them by things. Okay. Yeah, I think they cooked on that one. All right, so this one's just kicking off a bunch of changes. Right, needs attention for this other thing, sure. Um, so even in like read-only mode, it's still asking to make changes. I find that a little odd. Like it's almost like the read-only mode just isn't that useful because we're not giving it like a full-on like planning mode. It's just we ask you for everything. There's definitely a better way we could do that. So I'm going to say this can go back to default. Let these keep kicking along. So this one they're saying is in development, but we're idle. Oh, interesting. It just does this pop-up instead of... Okay, so if you want to stick in Kanban mode versus chat mode, interesting. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that's the part I'm going to be figuring out, Caleb. I have not used this for a few weeks just because I don't have projects at work that benefit a lot from a tool like this. So yeah, getting to use it on GitBench, like, once I get GitBench fully transferred to GitKraken, then I got plenty of stuff I can do, but we're still working on it here. So, kind of figured might as well. Oh yeah, there's a nice breeze. It's nice and chilly outside. Dude, this is a good day. Let's get more music on though. So yeah, how we handle the merging. I think the goal is that it just becomes a pull request and then it's kind of like someone else's problem. My theory is that it's going to prompt us to get to like the review of the pull request, like inside of getkraken.dev maybe. I don't know for certain. So, right, like it says console here, but there's no way of me going and actually like testing this thing, right? Like, pop open my terminal at this point or something so that I can actually run this shit. Ah, well, hold on. This says show terminal. Okay, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. I get it, I get it. No, that makes sense. Oh, that's the fixture link. Yeah, hold on. So let's go and click into one of these. And yeah, how you doing, Fallen? What you up to? Well, it's only a 5 stream streak, so it's like a week. Like a glove. All right, cool. So I'm gonna call that one good. Good job. Hmm. This is definitely a bug. All right, so we're gonna stage all changes. Yeah, we definitely need to make it to where like the commit message can be generated. I think this is going to be one of those things where they try and funnel it through Get Kraken AI, but like, dude, we have the model right here already, you know? So there's something a little odd about that, in my opinion. We can just ask the model. Sure. Good enough for me. Right. So then here, yeah. So then I think it's almost like, okay, that button doesn't do anything. Well, that's fun. How do I get it to the cloud? Okay, so hold on. Someone asked about this yesterday, and we do have a way of connecting to like SSH sessions, which is cool. Maybe I misunderstood what the mobile stuff was. I hold on. This is some feedback I got to provide. Yeah, there's a lot of bugs. And yeah, now I'm just unable to close this. I can't get rid of this now. Okay, I can click out of it. Okay. Yeah, a lot of feedback to give about this. It is still very, very, very early. But I will say number one, this is not the terminal I was hoping for. Yeah, the merge story is really not good. Yeah, how do we merge it back? Like, yeah, it's yeah, something's weird here. Yeah, so the merge story could be way better. But we can still merge it. just like you can merge anything. So it's not that big a deal. Yeah, like wait, what? So we archived the session, but I can't archive the task? I guess I just have to delete it. Yeah, session versus task is unclear. Okay, well, yeah, theoretically. So it's like the idea of the task is the work tree, and the work tree is the task. And then you can have multiple sessions within the task, which I think makes sense, but it's not like the common case. So I think there's something like in general, I pretty much most things I want to have solved within a single session per task. If it's a bigger task, I should be breaking it down into smaller tasks, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, in general, a task is literally just the work tree, right? And the sessions within them are like a chat session. How often are you doing multiple sessions per task? I guess when I'm doing like open spec stuff, but really, I would want open spec to break these things down into a way that they could be maybe done in parallel. Maybe subagents are a thing. Yeah, I could see that. I think that makes sense, but we're not doing any like subagent orchestration. Like I'm not even aware of it doing that, right? So it's not doing like the augment intent thing. You often have multiple sessions per commit. Okay. Okay. No, that lines up with I think the reasoning for why it works the way it does. I just when I'm working solo, I don't really. It's usually just the one session. I mean, yes, when I'm using OpenSpec, I do the planning and the implementation in separate sessions. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, beautiful. It's more like if you're doing like a feature branch, I could see a feature having multiple different like individual sessions. But for a bug fix branch, I don't think it makes any sense. You know? It's almost like the nature of the work being done determines how the session task breakdown should be, or the task session breakdown should be. Like, how often are you starting a second session when you're doing a bug fix task? You know. But for a feature, yeah, sure. So maybe that's the distinction. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so we do. Yeah. We do have a remote access thing. Yeah. All right. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. It needs a lot of work. But yeah, the idea that we could set up like a remote session thing, right? So like from our phone, we could theoretically like remote into this stuff. That's pretty cool. So I'd love to start fiddling with that a bit more. If you do multiple sessions on the same task, it will mess up. I would say because they're in the same work tree, if you're editing the same files, you will run into stuff for sure. But it's more like you don't want to be doing the sessions in parallel. You want to be doing them in serial, right? So yes, I'm not aware of like why you would want to do multiple parallel sessions. But I do understand why you might want to have a history of multiple sessions within a task as long as they were completed before you did the second. Because, yeah, otherwise you're going to have files modifying each other on top of each other, and that's a fucking nightmare. Unless you have an orchestration tool that's really good about like like delegating and scoping changes properly, which is I think something that Augment Intent tries to do. Yeah, I don't know. But yes, all right. So I wasn't hallucinating this. Remote access is a thing. I haven't messed with it yet, though. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. And I think there's a way to do that, right? Yeah, except that like work trees, right? A work tree is still like a branch, right? Like a work tree is a copy of the repo, but when you change branches within the work tree, you're changing the branch for the entire work tree still, right? So because of that, like you still can't parallelize into multiple branches unless you do new work trees off of the work tree, right? Which I think is doable, but like you don't want that complexity making it up to the user, right? I don't know. Yeah, that's a hard problem to solve. I'm not sure. I am not sure. All right, so did it blend? Okay, cool, 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 cool. All right, so hold on. We'll do the same thing, and yeah, that is getting pretty annoying. But I will say this whole new file, sure. Output mode, okay, yep, stage all. Ah, that is weird. But okay. So then, yeah, benchmark results. Oh, wait, what's the value? No rebase. So yeah, it definitely doesn't do the merge thing properly. And I wonder if there's a way we could make it do so. I just don't know what the way to do so would be. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so then we get back to here. All right, and I can archive that. Sure. And go back to this. I don't really see a way of... Right, delete branch, delete task. So yeah, I think so far this would be better if we had issues as like our core flow. I think I'd be better off think it would make my flow work a little bit better. And I think that's just kind of like the issue anyway, right? Like we're building for enterprise and teams, not solo devs. I think that makes sense because I think there's a lot of other companies trying to solve the solo dev problem, and there's not a lot of money in the solo dev space. But Dax had a really interesting tweet about that, which I found pretty interesting. Hold on. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, this tweet right here. This actually resonated pretty hard, right? Like almost every AI coding tool is doing a top-down approach, right? And it isn't surprising because the majority of people don't know how to do anything else, and there's a lot of easy money right now. But think back to GitHub. You used it as an individual long before your company ever moved over, right? And it's why you consider any GitHub competitor not really a GitHub competitor until they run a strategy that focuses on the individual first. So I think it's compelling, it's interesting. But the big problem is individuals don't pay for anything. And that's why you don't see businesses targeting that. It's the problem we have with GitLens. Nobody pays for GitLens. Much to our chagrin, right? But before I started working at GitKraken, I never had a pro license for GitLens either. But you would be definitely you would find me very surprised when I install a new dev machine and I go to like use VS Code and where the hell are my fucking annotations? Where's my shit? Oh, that was GitLens. That wasn't a VS Code native thing. I keep forgetting that. I think that's one of the biggest things. Like GitLens has been a tool that's been so essential and so useful for so long. People forget where they even got it because you install it once and it's just there forever in your VS Code. Right? So then when you go and get a new machine, you forget about it. Because it's not something that you're like calling by name every day. It's just providing utility right where you need it. So that's a tough problem we have with GitLens as well. Like, why do I need GitLens? And then people uninstall it and they're like, oh shit, now I remember why I needed GitLens. Same thing with like the Git integration for Jira. I think at one point we had a company cancel the Git integration for Jira, and then they realized, oh, that's what it was doing for us. Well, okay, let's sign back up again. You know, like like when you start to take a plugin for granted, you start thinking it's part of the core platform. This is the right soda, yeah? This should be the right one. I see bubbles. I think we're good. But yeah, mainframe versus PC. Yeah, but PCs took so long to take off, and I would still bet that there's actually more money in selling mainframes than PCs. Right, as far as like margin and some of the stuff that like people pay for that they forget that they're actually paying for, like support and things like that. Like from a business perspective, mainframes are a far more lucrative market, right? Less effort, less overhead. Well, that's a different thing, right? You can still have an x86 style mainframe, right? Like, it's still just a box that you're selling someone. And actually, that's not true as much anymore, Sasha, because ARM is taking over. The CPU architecture is actually way less important in the mainframe versus PC debate than you think it is. The mainframe versus PC debate is centralized versus distributed. And most corporate solutions actually benefit more from a centralized server architecture. I'm not saying it didn't, Sasha. You're completely misunderstanding. Who gives a shit? Like, that's still not the point. It's the whole smart client versus dumb client approach. And in general, most corporate networks would prefer dumb clients. Right? Centralize the access, centralize, data security, centralize everything. What does that sound like? Sounds like a mainframe, doesn't it? So if it's not a mainframe in exact fucking specifications, it's still a mainframe in spirit. Server versus mainframe is really not like that's splitting hairs. A PC is useful. A server for an organization is far more useful. Easier to sell from the person making the servers as well. And I still think, right? Just look at margins. Selling servers and mainframes is a far more lucrative business than selling a personal computer to someone. Right? Your margins are higher. The amount of like overhead is lower. Like you even made that point yourself in every server. Yeah, server. In this context of PC versus mainframe, a server is closer to a mainframe than it is to a PC, regardless of CPU architecture. Do you understand what I'm getting at now? So it's just the whole centralized versus decentralized. Smart client, dumb client. All right, so what is our next step? This is something where we need discovery. This is something where we absolutely need discovery. So this is where we need the OpenSpec stuff, and this is where we need the codecs. Now let's go look. Do I have codecs credits available? Yeah, we got plenty. All right, so OpenSpec Explore. Oh, and you shared a new photo of your desk. Is that over in the Discord? In random? Nice, dude. Dude, that is a giant PC case. Like, dude, what the fuck? That is a giant PC case. which is probably pretty nice actually. You just got so much room, right? It's like the difference between working on a car in the 60s and 70s versus working on a car in like the 90s and later. There's so much space inside of some of those like muscle cars. Like you could climb inside of that shit and work on things. Whereas like my Subaru, just trying and like smashing your knuckles on everything because it's all too close together. Like, dude, I definitely have scars on these two fingers right there, like on the that part of the knuckle. I've got like scars on the backs of my hands. Yeah, a bunch of them just from working on cars. Because, like, dude, it's like instantly infected the moment you do it because it's not a clean area to work in. All right, so offending benchmarks. And oh, right. This one's at 3,000. All right, open spec explore. There's something massively wrong. Well, did I miss a follow? Hey, I did miss a follow. Omar. Yeah, welcome. How you doing? So here's another question. How could I get... There's that, like, the ponytail skill, right? Is there a way to get this to run when we run... When we run, like, the OPSX apply, right? Like, when we're doing the OpenSpec application, is there a way to make it run with this? What about headroom? I haven't heard of headroom. Context compression is not something I find I like at all. If you find yourself needing context compression, you're probably fucking up. Okay, so interestingly, Caveman actually cost more and took longer and used more tokens, but the lines of code in the output was lower. Had a whiskey and you're fading? Yeah, get some sleep, Surly. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, that was pretty good. MIT, the shortest license that works. That was clean. What if I really need the 120 line cache class? You don't. Insist anyway, and he'll build it slowly, correctly, while looking at you. Does it scale? The code you never wrote scales infinitely. Zero bugs, zero CVEs, 100% uptime since forever. And why ponytail? You know exactly why. I think it could have been called neckbeard and it would have worked. So yeah, I'm unclear on how I would be able to use the ponytail skill with OPSX or OpenSpec. All right, so let's look at this. These benchmarks are not too hard. Their evaluation path is broken. Ah. So we're staying in explore mode. I want to make sure we're not invalidating the effort of our LLM as judge stuff, right? Yeah, yeah. So I'm glad we asked. And that's the whole point. Like, if you're just blindly letting Explore do whatever it discovers without providing any guidance, it will go off on the wrong track, no matter how smart the model you have is, right? So you should be making sure that what you're building is resilient. Like, this is why people who are purely vibe coding end up with such bad results because they lack the context of pushing back when it's necessary. So yeah, I think we're on the right track here. And what's Tahya over on YouTube? How you doing? We got another spammer. We are working on a thing called GitBench. Damn, what is up? Where's the wind? Is the airflow going the other way and it's messing with my fan? Because it just got warm in this room all of a sudden. Like the airflow's blowing it. But okay. All right, so hold up. The previous plan was too broad. I would not approve it as written. Yeah, I kind of figured you were AI. So yeah, we can just ban that spam. Oh, maybe they're saying because I'm using AI. Yeah, they can fuck right off. Okay, so I think I want to create two separate open spec proposals. One for the immediate fix, regression fix. Another for the separate follow up. If the spelling mattered. And here's the funny thing. Hold on. We had that troll just now who obviously can't read the title of a stream because the title says GitBench AI Eval Framework. Like, dude, it's the second word in the entire title. And Tahya couldn't even be bothered to read that. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, those are the kind of people that are so anti-AI. They won't even read. Like, that's why they hate AI. It makes them read more. I don't know if that's only those people, but that's at least one contingent of the anti-AI crowd. They're so fucking stupid they can't even read. They hate anything that makes them read more. Yeah, man. The Coca-Cola I got is really stale, though. Almost want to dump it and pour a fresh one. Okay, so is it kicking that part off now? I think it is. It looks like the plan is create the two separate proposal artifacts, validate that both are apply ready. Sure. So yeah, that one keeps kicking. Right, so we got our illustrations pushed up to Masijo. Let's double check those. Right? Start monitoring for free. Never miss a mention again. We got our graphics and BS here. We got those graphics. We got these graphics. Sure. Not bad. Not bad. All right, lenses, animations for those. Sure, why not? I think support is where we're going to need a lot more effort. Yeah, I think we need to start creating way more like frequently asked questions. I think we need more like proper support pages. That might be like the next steps. Let's look at our linear board. So I think public API via API key is more important than, well, I don't know if it's more important than sentiment analysis, though. It is an epic, though. So yeah, building a public API via API key is the first step into getting like an MCP server. But we also want to think about like OAuth for MCP. There's like a like clogged pore or something at the edge of my ear. It's really annoying. Really annoying. So yeah, this will probably be the next big feature. I would say public API via API key is more important than sentiment analysis at this point. How do y'all feel about that? But we've got some bugs that we need to work on first, which means I need to go log into Sentry, which means I need to get some passwords going. And that was where we were kind of leaving off yesterday. Let's make sure we don't leak a password. All right, recovery code. Alrighty. Let me close that and boom. Okay, so platforms, get platform name, Discord, not there. We don't have the API fired up in its VS Code tab yet. All right, so the place that this is happening, we'll click into it, sure. As far as the trace goes, it's Messijo Web Utils Platforms EX3. Let's go find it. Utils. Now hold on. Gross. So the place that this is really happening is Masijo Messages Notifier. Right? The fix is not just adding Discord to this, because that just isn't right. So yeah, definitely messages, notifier. So format keyword message here gets used right here. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm showing the right thing. We have a delay on the on the YouTube that was freaking me out. I was like, oh, am I showing the hacking screen still? No. So this is totally wrong. Yeah, the value we're doing a lookup by here should be message dot platform. And this is where having like proper types would be really nice. Brainless. What's the progress on that lately? All right, did the latest version of Elixir ship better typings? Yeah, 1.20 was recently released. Is there a way that I could make this like stronger typed? Type inference will prevent more issues. Okay. So I should just upgrade and I get a bunch of stuff for free, basically, if I have the structs defined correctly. Is that the gist? So I should just upgrade Elixir version. Is that the right thought? You did a few services. It was straightforward. Okay. So yeah, basically, I would go and edit, I guess, tool versions. Minor issues with dependencies. Oh. Uh, does Phoenix have like an automatic upgrade path? Ah, okay. So yeah, basically, I just need to update Phoenix ecto and ecto, or Phoenix, Phoenix ecto, and then ecto SQL. I want to see what their like reasoning is, based on this. So this one's saying do Phoenix first. What version of Elixir are we on? So we're pretty out of date. That's true, huh? Now I'm pretty sure we stuck it with 1.18, and I'm not using Docker. Nah, we didn't use Docker. But we do use GitHub Actions. So in our workflows, I think we have Elixir tagged at a specific version. But I could be wrong about that. It looks like maybe we don't. Oh, yeah. Here. Yep. 1.18. Yeah. I just wasn't seeing it. So yeah. So I don't need to alter the Erlang. Good. All right, so Phoenix over 188. Sure, why not? We do have a Docker file. I think I just tried to avoid it, though. I just don't think we're using it anymore because it didn't seem that necessary. feel like some of these it would have just updated on its own. Yeah, we'll leave that for now, just in case. But then, yeah, mix deps get. Oh. You wouldn't do the Postrex one? Why would you not do the Postrex? I'm curious about that. Because of this issue? Is it because of exactly that? It'll update on its own. I like explicit over implicit, though. Fix it, Google. Is it that much of a broader change, though? I mean, we probably want Oban updated anyway, right? It would be a minor version, right? It would be going from 2.19 to 2.20. So a minor version I'm usually okay with. Right? Technically, there shouldn't be any backwards breaking changes, right? If they're following Semver. Yeah, exactly. Wait, did I not update Postgres? Oh, I didn't. All right, so then Phoenix Live View. Wait, why is that even a thing? Oh, wait, I remember why we have Live View in there. I remember now. I think it's actually a dependence of the live dashboard. Generate commit message in cursor is fire, so handy. Get Kraken does it too. Just saying. Just saying. All right, so Phoenix Live View. We don't even have that, though. It's most likely actually a dependency of live dashboard. Interesting, Owen. Um, I will say more water is spent making almonds than like all of the data centers combined. At least in California. Oh, makes sense, Brandless. Damn, 3%. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, nuts like almonds are very, very water intensive for what we get. And then, right, like, can you squeeze an almond and get liquid out of it? No. So almond milk is especially wasteful of the almonds that already took a shitload of water to make. Yeah. California's almond orchards consume exponentially more water than all US data centers combined. I mean, there are other nut milks that are less water intensive. Like oat milk, I think, maybe? Yeah, oat milk. Take it easy, the bread. So, yeah, just saying, if you're, I'm not saying you have to care, but if you are one of the people who are heavily anti data centers and you're drinking almond milk, you're a hypocrite. Like, if you're anti data centers for the sake of water. Yeah, I'm just saying to anyone else out there. Yep. But are you lactose intolerant, Owen? I think that's the big question. Okay. So you can't eat cheese or ice cream? Most people who are lactose intolerant, skin and sinus are not the main issue for them. It's a lot grosser than that. Now, hold on. Owen, are you talking about raw milk or pasteurized milk? Because that could be a big difference, too. You're currently at 0.8.7. Yeah, I was going to see what the latest version was. I kind of expected to see it there. Just want to see, like, what version are they on right now? Yeah, this isn't kept up to date. Looks like it hasn't been updated in quite a while. Oh, that's right. I could have opened their, yeah, I could have opened that. That's a good call. But hey, that did it. Yeah, the 0.8.7. Nailed it. Okay, so we have updated. We'll say chore update. Core dependencies in preparation for Elixir update. Update. All right, how's this thing doing? Not yet. We haven't updated Elixir version yet. All we did was the dependencies. We didn't actually update Elixir version. Owen, so that dashboard he's talking about, that's like an Elixir-specific dashboard. Forget what the URL is for it. We used to have it open kind of nonstop. Nope. You remember what the URL is, Brainless? I'm sure I could find it somewhere. Dev/dashboard? That makes more sense. Oh, yeah, it's going to be in the router. That's right. Ah, and there we go. And now I got to do this. OTP code for Doppler so I can get this password. All right, cool. So we closed Doppler there.
What does it do? What's it for?
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. This is so much shit. The total input we've gotten from listening to Blue Sky over the course of, I guess this is 9 days since we last did a backend deploy. But dude, 1 terabyte of data in, 442 gigs of data out. Could you imagine how much? Well, actually, it wouldn't be that much on AWS. You know, like $10. Actually, the input would have been free. The output at 442 gigs. Probably be like, damn, like 70 or 80 bucks, huh? No, 7 or 8 bucks. I'm doing the math wrong. Hold on. AWS outbound. Uh, right. Let's just say if we were on an EC2. So yeah, 9 cents per gigabyte at, dude. $40, man. I would have paid $40 in outbound data transfer. Just that alone. Like not even considering the EC2 cost for the size of the machine we would have run. All right. So then looking back at this, if we truly wanted what we got, the closest we can really get is like a T3 large or extra large. Which is the cheaper, right? So if we look at a, let's just call it large, even though we're not getting the stuff we want out of it. It's a 6 cents per hour. And yeah, large is probably the one we want. So 6 cents versus like 8 cents. Or 8 cents. So yeah, somewhere, let's just call it the 6 cents, the cheaper one. 0.06. That's per second times 60 times 60 times 24 times 30. Well, we're doing 6 cents, right? There's no way that's right. Hourly rate. Okay, hold on. I misread it. I thought it was by the second. It's by the hour. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's per hour. I'm like, hold up. All right. That makes a little more sense. So I'm not even getting the CPU cores I would have. It is for the amount of RAM. If we wanted to go CPU core wise, to get closer to what we're looking for, let's just call it the extra large, we'd be at 14 cents. So we'd basically be doubling our cost. So yeah, my monthly cost for an equivalent EC2 instance, including outbound bandwidth from AWS, would be, and let's double check this, right? Doubling this, we'd be at like $80 plus the 40 for the bandwidth over the time that we've been up. So that's a lot longer. We could probably start calling this somewhere around like $10 a month in outbound traffic. So it's still $90 a month versus $20 a month. You know. And then, no, we're not storing every message. We are storing every message that we have matched, which is a separate thing. But we should also be clearing that. So our disk usage should be clearing up, but we may have a problem with our cron job. I haven't checked that. All right, so the command they wanted us to run was an opsx apply. And yeah, copy is required. Sounds about right. All right, so GLM 5.2 cloud. Kick it off and get going, and then let's continue doing our update here. Direct commits to main are not allowed. All right, so we're going to kick that up to staging, and we'll probably just let that sit for a bit, right? Make sure it actually deploys without breaking anything. But now our next step is to theoretically update this version to 20. Now, what's the right way to upgrade Elixir? So I am not using ASDF. We did use homebrew for it. So brew upgrade Elixir. All right, so while that's going, we do want to go in. We're going to update that. And we're going to go up to here. Is it upgrading our OTP version too? I guess we'll let it upgrade here and double check. That's one of the things. Here's another of the things. This is taking longer to update than it should. But yeah, so my soda's getting stale. Let me pour a fresh soda. I'll be right back. I need to blow my nose too. And then, yeah, we got plenty of whiskey, so I don't mind wasting a little bit of whiskey. But yeah, let me get a fresh soda and some ice cubes, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, got my fresh soda. Blew my nose. It's at least a little better. Boy, it's just so humid, it's like it's in that like middle ground of humid where the nose is still like wet on the inside, but I got the air blowing and it's like drying out. You can feel the drying process. Usually not as big of a deal, but I haven't trimmed my nose hairs in a while. You know? Boy. Like it becomes way more of a problem when you're like snowboarding in really cold weather. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? Anyone got any fun plans for the weekend? Any cool stuff going on? I know some people ended up doing like holiday stuff because of Juneteenth and the long weekend. Company I work at doesn't do Juneteenth as an official holiday, but we have unlimited PTO, so a lot of people took it off anyway. And there's no complaints or qualms about that. Like I never go anywhere for holidays anyway. Like going somewhere for holidays, that's when all the people are out. Ugh, gross. I'd rather go vacation when there isn't a holiday. Let's get more music going, though. Hmm. Really, brainless? I don't know, man. We should do more of that. Oh, there you go, the bread. Oh, are you in the UK or Europe or something? Or are you like a contractor paid by the hour? Ireland. Ah, that's right, that's right. And I know you've told me this, and I just keep forgetting. Sorry about that. You're Owen's neighbor. Got it. I get that, brainless, but sounds to me like you just need a co-founder. Just saying. Okay. But yeah, seriously, brainless. Yeah, find yourself a co-founder, someone who does enjoy like the profitability and like the, figuring it out. And I don't know, man. If it's a project I believe in, I'd be happy to help, even as an advisor or something. Yeah, exactly. It's an API comparison engine basically for verifying a service refactor still creates the expected output. So isn't that really just an API specification? Right? Isn't that just Open API? Yeah, and what I would say is like there's an older version that is totally unmaintained called Dread.js that does validation of the Open API specification, right? You have to write like your integration hooks, right? Like the things of like injecting IDs that are real versus mocked kind of stuff. But yeah, like I've fully shown how to do this in previous projects and all that. It is dead. I actually kind of want to try and revive it. Ooh, and oh shit, we were looking at carbon ads earlier. Ethical ads was an alternative we saw. And we're seeing it right here after just seeing it earlier. Ostap Brahen. I only use JavaScript when I'm using AWS Lambda. I've actually always hated Node.js as a backend. But as far as like the way I use AWS Lambda, Architect and TypeScript are like a really good combo, and their docs, that's like the happy path. And then I ended up building a bunch of like infrastructure, or not infrastructure, but like tooling on top of Architect and their TypeScript stuff. So if I were to then want to rebuild all the bullshit that I've built as TypeScript, I'd want to rebuild it as Rust because of this site, the max day stuff. You know, like if cold start times are an issue, Rust would actually be my preferred stack, right? For Lambda specifically. Again, it depends on what I'm building, Ostap, and my opinion about this should not impact anyone else's opinion. For me, I currently use JavaScript for AWS Lambda because of existing things I've built. If a project needs AWS Lambda, then I'm using it. The types of projects those are things where I do not need a persistent service, right? Like being able to scale to zero is massively important. Not every project can do that. On projects where I can't scale to zero, such as Masijo that I'm building right now, because we need an always-on WebSocket listener, that would be insanely expensive to do through AWS Lambda, and a VPS is the only proper approach. Right? As an example, hold up. Could you imagine doing 442 gigs of output via AWS Lambda and responding via AWS Lambda to 1 terabyte worth of input of small messages over Blue Sky? Yikes. Like, dude, I would be broke. I would be full on broke. I would be an indentured servant to AWS at that point. So yeah, there are certain things where a persistent service is the required architecture because AWS Lambda is a bad fit. In those cases, I tend to pick Elixir. If I were to start fresh doing AWS Lambda stuff, I would be doing a Rust-based like framework. And technically, Architect allows that because you can build, these adapters or runtime helpers, right? There's a Python one, there's a Dino one, there's a Node.js one. Theoretically, there's a Rust one that's just unofficial. So if I were to do that, we'd be good to fucking go. But it's just not the happy path with Architect. So I'd have to heavily rely on a clanker to build out and port the framework that I built on top. I do not recommend anyone else use Calatrava unless they're willing to turn a clanker loose on it. Calatrava GitHub. Oh, and there's a bunch of these. Yeah, here we go. All right, the docs suck. There's no help. It is not going to make anything nice for you. But all of the stuff inside of here, right, the way our data wrapper works, like I actually have my own ORM for DynamoDB. Right? Single table data structure stuff, how I construct like global secondary indexes. Like there's a shitload of stuff that we're doing here that would be a pain in the ass to port over. Unless I want to turn a clanker loose on it. So that's the main idea, right? I just haven't had the time or a project that was necessary to do the port from TypeScript to Rust for decreasing the cold start times. But we will eventually. It's just, it's not a today problem. That's a tomorrow problem. But yeah, so if you're really curious about doing AWS Lambda stuff or serverless in general, and cold start times are a thing you care about, yeah, Rust, Go, they're your main choice. Even .NET ends up being faster than Node.js. Damn. And yeah, Python, typically thought of as slow, quicker cold start times and way quicker hot start times. So hot start is actually a metric that I care more about. It depends on like the architecture and how you built your Lambdas. One thing you really, really, really have to be careful with AWS Lambda is there is like a global concurrency limit for one instance of a Lambda function. What that means is if you put your entire API and routing inside of one Lambda, you can only have 10,000 concurrent instances of that Lambda. Now, that doesn't mean 10,000 concurrent requests because you can reuse an instance for multiple requests, right? But you will eventually hit like a hard limit on Lambda if you are putting every endpoint into a single Lambda. When instead, for an architecture at scale, you actually want to do an endpoint per function, right? Or per Lambda. And Architect opts for that. But people who don't actually realize that there's that 10,000 concurrency limit will actually look at the endpoint per Lambda as an anti-pattern when they're just misunderstanding the point at which that scale becomes an issue. But yeah, even in the age of AI, having very strong opinions and experience around the type of architecture you want is really important, and maybe even more so. Any extra costs for hosting Lambdas? So you typically need your Lambda behind an API gateway. An API gateway has an extra incurred cost, but it's pretty straightforward. You may end up wanting to attach like a WAF to the API gateway. So the general idea is like the Lambdas are not directly hittable. They have to go through the API gateway. And then once you attach the WAF to the API gateway, that's a simpler approach than like doing per Lambda WAF kind of BS. The other thing that an API gateway gives you that this is even like giving you is WebSockets. So typically, you don't want to have a persistent WebSocket to a Lambda instance because you're paying for the uptime of that Lambda function. But instead, API Gateway can maintain that persistent connection for you at pretty low cost, and then just proxy to the function that needs to be called when like a certain event happens. So it's like really powerful. There's a lot of really cool stuff you can do architecture-wise with Lambda still that I think some people think the moment you need WebSockets, Lambda doesn't qualify, right? Nah, API Gateway can solve that for you. You will end up, like, depending on how you host your data. Are you using DynamoDB or are you using some of the other AWS BS, like Aurora or whatever, right? I think Aurora can still scale to 0, but it's more expensive than Dynamo still, right? But at least with Aurora, you're still, like, back on traditional SQL. Whereas with DynamoDB, you have to, like, think about your access patterns way more. So there's definitely trade-offs to these things. I still think Dynamo is pretty compelling. Just the way that it like it shards and backs up and does things, like, I don't know, it's pretty fucking cool. But it is a major learning curve for anyone that doesn't understand how to set up their single table data structure with Dynamo. I've worked at a company that fucking blew it so bad when it came to setting up their Dynamo stuff. Like, so bad, because they were used to thinking about SQL, right? So they had primary keys that, like, they had basically, like, tables as if they were, like, SQL tables. So there was at least 6 or 7 of these DynamoDB tables, which meant when they wanted to join data between these things, you get that n+1 query problem. When instead, if you do your global secondary indexes properly with Dynamo, it's a single query against a single table. And it's lightning fast, like sub 10 milliseconds. Against massive amounts of data. With Dynamo specifically, right? With Mongo and some of these other things, maybe a little less. Like, you have the problem with Mongo is you have to think about like embedded data versus normalized data. And there are some use cases where embedded data is absolutely the right choice, but it's really fuzzy. So yeah, with even SQL, you got to think about how your tables relate to each other. You know, you don't want to jam everything into one table. That's a bad idea. Normalizing out to like, what is it? Like L4 normalization is never worth it. But some people go that way eventually. I don't know. There's like, no matter what, when you're dealing with data, your data access patterns need to be thought of ahead of time. And that really dictates the architecture. I will say that migrating SQL architectures might be easier than migrating Dynamo architectures. Like, if you messed up your indexing, doing the data migration is, I think, easier in SQL than it would be with Dynamo. So yes, like, the cost of a bad like plan is higher with a lot of NoSQL databases. But this is the fun stuff to talk about, right? When people are like, oh, you don't even code anymore. Yeah, I do, but the code was never the bottleneck. Good architecture has always been the bottleneck. See, so I don't design at that level of scalability. I've never had to work on projects that big. I do think it makes a shitload of sense to do multi-region sometimes. It depends on what you're building at that point. In general, if you're hosted in the same like AWS region as every other company and it goes down, that's an AWS problem, not a you problem. If every other service dies, then your service dying is not like them blaming you. They blame AWS, right? So there's definitely something to, well, yeah, maybe we went down, but everything else went down. Our customers will forgive us. Yeah, Google Cloud, Cloudflare, AWS, they all have outages from time to time. And as long as other people have outages too, customers rarely blame you specifically for it, which is interesting. Settled on Foundation DB? Dude, I was just talking to someone about Foundation DB the other night. Yeah, dude, I was just talking to the CTO of Blue Sky about Foundation DB just the other night. Dude, small world shit, man. And isn't Foundation DB part of like iOS, like their like UI Foundation like thing? Anyone here do a lot of like native stuff? No. So stop, right? You'll give Lambda a go. Just need to find a cheap Postgres. If you're going to look at AWS Lambda, you probably want whatever you're using to be in the same data center. One of the few ways you can guarantee that is making sure you use AWS's database stuff, right? So you probably want Aurora. iCloud uses it heavily. Oh, okay. So it's not actually related. I know there's UI Foundation, and I thought UI Foundation was like the core data implementation. Oh, all right. Yeah. No, so I completely mixed that up. Damn. So that's like over 10 years ago. I messed that up. I was totally wrong. Yeah, so UI Foundation is like data persistence, which I thought was that, but it's not actually like a database engine. So yeah, that's a separate thing. No, that makes sense. I completely misunderstood that. So yes, I remember seeing UI Foundation, but it has nothing to do with core data, and core data was the thing I was totally thinking about. And I think Swift data is just a wrapper on top of core data. So yeah, damn. Yeah, next time I see that dude. Here's the thing, like he's probably not even going to remember having this conversation. I'm the weird kind of person who I will totally remember when we had a conversation about a thing and I said something totally wrong, and the next time I see you, even months later, I bring it up and you're like, "Whoa, that's weird. I wasn't thinking about that at all." Yeah, I'm definitely one of those kind of people, man. And I do think, I don't know, some people appreciate that. But some people find it creepy. So I don't know, man. Whatever. And hold on. Elephant memory. Is that a fat joke? I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm trying to lose the weight. Not very hard, but you know. I don't know why. That also reminds me, like, when I just said, is that a fat joke? I was basically embodying Vigar or Vagar. I don't know how to pronounce it in in League of Legends because he has a line. It's like, it's that the short joke because he's like a little guy with fucking like small man syndrome. Like, it's really good. But all right, so yeah, another beverage. We'll call it number 3.5 because I guess we did like half of one. Ooh, I forgot the sound of his ultimate laugh. Shit. Damn, yeah, now I want to play some League. Shit. Yeah. Like, I don't know. That's my attempt. I don't remember what it sounds like. It's a bit of a cackle. It's like Gargamel from the fucking Smurfs, right? Now I want to play some League. That's on you. You did that, chatting. I'm kidding. It's my fault. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to play some League at some point. Bummer. But okay, so back to what we're doing. So we upgraded that, man. Ah, shit. Here we go. Ah, shit. Here we go again. All right, so is this the inevitable point of the stream in which we say, "Damn it, Brainless, you were right. I upgraded too much at once." The first part's the common part. Oh, you know what? Brainless was right. Boom, nailed it. Chatting. Oh, you transferred an account from EU to NA just to join games, but the opportunity didn't land? Dude, we can just play. Dude, yeah, we could play, dude. You want a game tomorrow? Yeah, Dep's clean. Dep's get. It's probably a good idea. Just in case. Not a bad idea. Okay. Worth a shot. Worth a shot. No, it's not just warnings. We got actual errors. Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. Well, I mean, chatting, we could do it with, like, we could play an ARAM. ARAM's easy. And, chatting, aren't you aware I play Singed? I'm already inting. Oh, I don't know anything about the new mode. Well, hold on. Let me look at this. Brainless. All right, so 0.5.1. And yeah, see, it's depths WebSockX MixEXS. So it's not even our MixEXS. Yeah, yeah, but this is a thing we don't control. This is a dependency. This is not us, right? I'm generally not a fan of updating dependencies willy-nilly like that. Oh, chatting. That sounds fun, man. Yeah, we could hop into some gaming tomorrow. I do want to go to. There's like a place called Putts Golf. That dependency needs to be bumped. Yeah, no, the latest is that. Oh, wait, you know what? It looks like they actually have it correct there. Oh, so yeah, we just have an old version. Ah, that's easy enough. Which I find weird because this hasn't been updated. Oh, 7 months ago. Oh, never mind. Wait, what was I seeing where it was like older than that? Oh, they stopped doing releases. That's it. And that's what I was seeing. So yeah, we can just update that dependency. No big deal. No big deal. Yeah, no, we just got to bump that dependency. We're just on the old one. Will it blend? Shit. Fuck. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. All right, so we got to update Credo now too. I think it's good because it wasn't possible for me to make that smile any wider by the time it died. There was no possible way of me making that smile any wider. So, I'm kind of glad it failed at that point. I would have like ripped my cheeks. Know how I got these scars? Like yeah, that would have been fun. So yeah, let's go find Elixir Credo. .180 dev. I'm not doing that. Do they do a proper? Oh, they do a proper 1.17.19. Shit. Shit. We were so close. We were so close. What the fuck is this TZ data thing, man? Fucking time zones. Fucking jerks. It seems like it actually works, though. So hold on. What do we got to do here? And this is all TZ data shit. Do I need to update the TZ data dependency? I don't even have that. Is that a Timex thing? It's probably a Timex thing. So we don't directly depend on TZ data, but I bet it's a Timex issue. So if we just update Timex, I bet we're good. We're just gonna do it willy-nilly. Fuck it, man. It shouldn't have to recompile the world, right? Yeah, it was a Timex issue. Nailed it. All right, cool. Let's double check that we have fixed some stuff. So we just updated the prod, like version bump. And yeah. I would assume like a bunch of these, like, so this one we've seen, but some of these others, yeah, you're totally right, dude. I feel like the unused maybe we've seen a few times. I'm not positive. But yeah, like there are way more warnings than we have seen, for sure. We definitely had this one before, though. We definitely had this one before. Like, I remember that one. But yeah, some of these others, like, way more. Like, holy shit, dude. So yeah, fixing all these warnings would probably be a good next pass. So then, real quick, do I need to update my OTP version too? I probably do. I should bump it to 29, yeah? Like, why wouldn't I? What is the reason not to? I'm curious about that, Brainless. It almost seems to me that like OTP version and Elixir version should be like closely tied together. Like possible incompatibilities, but wouldn't that be at the Elixir level as well? Like to me it seems like, and this isn't the exact same thing, but it's like Node.js and NPM. I know you can upgrade NPM separate from your Node.js implementation, but then you abandon the fucking LTS reason for keeping those things coupled. So I'm unsure about that. Like, to me, it seems like it should be good, but you're saying they support the last three? Well, I mean, 29, 28, 27. If we're on 27, that means we probably need to upgrade here soon, right? Right? And technically, if it's working locally, right? Like if I'm running the server and shit works, doesn't that mean that 29 is fine? Like when would you run into an issue where OTP fails, but not predictably? Well, shouldn't it end up being a compile time error? When would an OTP like mismatch hit, right? Is it something that could happen at runtime? So when would I know that it's an issue other than just randomly at runtime anyway? Like it should be a compile time issue, in my opinion. In list pattern matching, but shouldn't Credo be able to catch that? Right? Does Credo not take into account the OTP version? So that's a major flaw in the ecosystem, in my opinion. Like, that shit should be way more deterministic. That shit should easily be scannable. So Brainless, if you want to like fix a major part of the ecosystem, like catching that shit ahead of time, that would be a really major tool. Like if the ecosystem doesn't have anything solving that, what the fuck, dude? That seems like table stakes to me. Right? Determine differences between OTP version. And I guess in this case, is OTP version like directly correlated with Erlang version? Is that something I'm missing? Right? Or like in this case, is Erlang and OTP like tied? And what up, Opie? How you doing? And I know I could look all this up, Brainless. Well, OTP is like the protocol. Erlang is the language. They may diverge in some way. I've always thought of them as like tied together, but that may not be the case. But we did hear Brainless saying earlier that he opted to not upgrade Erlang, which means he probably opted to not upgrade OTP, right? So then, do we think a clanker might understand this? So 27 to 29, the major differences are 28 to 29, actually. Need to run. Onces is served. And that's like, that's just like, that's like a later meal, right? Similar to how like hobbits have second breakfast. Ah, okay. Yeah. What are you eating for onces? And then you're about to build a component for map routing. Wish you luck. What kind of routing? And then, hold on. Toast, coffee and milk, and a yogurt. Okay. So yeah, typically like once is like a smaller meal before bed or something, theoretically. Because once in Spanish at least is 11, right? So is this like a late night snack kind of thing? Once, doce, trece, catorce, quince. Shit, I forget 16. Shit, I forget everything after 15. I was gonna say siéntense, but that means take a seat. So that's a separate thing. I was totally gonna say siéntense before my brain caught me. Oh, it's the 11 letters of a hard liquor that used to be drank by miners. Well, yeah, they're miners. They look so small. Miners, not miners. Anyone know the movie I just referenced? I thought I had an audience of culture. I thought I had a chat of culture. Y'all are letting me down. It's okay. I'm just having fun. The movie is Galaxy Quest. I read a bit from the filming of that in which Tim Allen did a scene and then just all of a sudden was like, guys, I need a break. I'm having a hard time dealing with the emotions of this scene. Just give me give me some time. And he goes off to his trailer, at which point Alan Rickman says, "Oh my God, I think he just discovered acting." Dude, it's so good, actually. I think Tim Allen just discovered acting. Like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, it's actually really good because Tim Allen is such a shit actor that somehow, like, he was in a film that required actual acting and he nailed it, but it made him uncomfortable. Like, oh my God. I read that on Reddit. I have no idea about the validity, but it hits so close to home that it's like, it's gotta be true. Right? Like, dude, it's gotta be true. A self-building tour route app. Deciding on which map framework to use at the moment. Oh, okay, got it. Because yeah, Opie, I was gonna say, I feel like route creation is something that some of the better mapping libraries should be able to do for you. So yeah, I'm finding that a little curious. Like, you know, my my knowledge of mapping libraries is pretty outdated. So I'm curious what things you're considering at the moment. There's always like Leaflet and OpenStreetMaps and Google Maps and a whole bunch of shit that exists out there, right? If you need to do truly custom stuff, especially like fencing, like geofencing and some of that, I would say like the Leaflet OpenStreetMaps thing is a really good way to go. If you want to put in way less effort, there's always Mapbox. But yeah, I would say Leaflet and OpenStreetMaps are probably like your best bet for an initial prototype at least. But if you find other things, let me know because I'm out of date. I know for a fact there's other stuff to check out. Like what is it, like ENSI? Like ENSI or something like that? Or ERSI? ERSI? There's some other stuff that I'm just like, I'm out of the game. I haven't had to do any mapping stuff in ages. So I haven't kept up to date. Hold on. Esri? Esri! That's what I was thinking. Not Ursi, Esri. So yeah, maybe check out Esri as well. I'm not sure. I think Esri might be closer to just being like the data set, and you'll probably end up still needing like Leaflet for the interface. But I keep in mind, I'm so out of date and I'm so curious. So whatever you find and what you land on, let me know. I'm really curious about this. Yeah. You still have some thick ass textbook manuals for ArcGIS, and yeah, ArcGIS I guess is an Esri thing, and so that's like what it is for, right? So I guess this maybe goes way deeper than like OpenStreetMaps. So you might be able to get away with like something as simple as OpenStreetMaps before having to go as heavy as like Esri, right? And anyone else who's dealt with this shit, please chime in. Like I'm super curious right now. And in the meantime, hold on. Well, we're going to skip this song because it's trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? Do we think... Oh, this is a single track, but... Oh, it's a short track, too. How dare they? This one's a little longer. It's a little too heavy, but yeah, whatever. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing more ice cubes, and we'll be good to go. BRB. So here's one quick thing I kind of want to shout out. GeoFabric. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Okay. Cool. One thing I want to just like shout out for everyone watching who maybe is like new to stream or whatever, or who is ever thinking about like, oh God, this song's too much. Who's thinking about like asking for help or whatever. It is so much more fun, and you will get so many better answers by simply saying, I'm doing this thing, I'm going to start building it. And if someone's curious, they'll chime in, right? Rather than just like, how do I do this? What do I do? Nah, dude. Ophi was just going to go off to the races and build on it. At which point, I didn't feel prompted. I didn't feel like I was doing their homework for them, and I wanted to contribute. There's a very subtle difference between asking for help and simply presenting that you're going to work on a thing and you're doing it. And it's time to go do the research. Like, I don't know. There's like a fine line between just doing a thing and people wanting to help versus asking the question and making people feel like you didn't even Google, right? There's something really like subtle about the difference between that. Like if OP had asked, I probably still would have like tried because they're irregular. They're not just drive by, like quizzing us kind of thing. But even then, like, people are so much more willing to help when it doesn't feel like you're making them do your homework for you. Yeah, exactly. Like, you didn't even ask, so I apologize for just jumping in, right? Maybe possibly changing all your plans based upon all the shit we offered. I didn't mean to, like, do that, but, like, I don't know. It's the difference between feeling quizzed and letting someone be curious in the moment. Now, it's like it's a roll of the dice. In this moment, I might have been busy and said, "Oh, sounds fun," and kept doing my thing. But they caught me at the exact moment in which my curiosity ran wild. So understanding human psychology in that way, just even a little bit, will help you get better answers and better interactions in the future. I think that's important. I just realized I forgot to refresh the Twitter chat again. If anyone tried chatting on Twitter, I missed your message. If you're still out there, how you doing? What you up to? But let's get more music going. Yeah, Opie. I learn something every time I stream, or almost every time I stream. The key is not prompting that learning and just letting the learning be organic. Because this isn't a teaching stream, but we all learn something together. You know? There's a very, very clear, like, difference between a teaching stream and just like a co-learning stream or a co-working stream. I never want to run a teaching stream. I'm a terrible teacher. I'm a fucking jerk. You know? Like, dude, hell no. I would be a terrible teacher. Which makes me appreciate people who are good at and want to teach even more. Right? I think that becomes a really powerful thing. I doubt that, Opie. Dude, there are plenty of places where people would totally know what you're talking about. It's just maybe not what they're doing at the moment, and they're not willing to, like, pivot and be distracted by it. There's plenty of streams, for sure. Hold on. Let me get an album playing. It's going to be a little crunchy, but I like it. Hold on. Saying, but I like it. That was a direct reference to a song my dad used to sing. It's like an old trucker, like nursery rhyme or whatever. Benzedrine, Benzedrine. It'll take the hair right off your bean. It'll make you squirm. It'll make you scream. I like it. If it's not apparent, my dad's a weird one. And he never held back. I remember him telling me that fucking nursery rhyme or whatever in, like, kindergarten. Like, my dad never held back. How old are you now? Old enough. Fuck it. That's my dad in a nutshell. Old enough. Fuck it. Dude, it's pretty good. I love my dad. How old are you now? You're old enough. Fuck it. Like, you know? How old are you now? You want to go see Jurassic Park? Dude, it was 1994, right? I must have been in second grade. No, 94. Hold on. That's probably like fourth or fifth grade. All right, so I guess we could leave it at OTP version 27. Why not? You want to go see the new Odyssey movie? Yeah. And I think it makes sense because, like, you know, people didn't see in color until, like, you know, in vivid color until, like, the 1700s, right? Before that, everything was, like, really desaturated. People's eyes just saw in black and white, right? You want to hear something actually really interesting to me? Back during the era of black and white films, people actually dreamed in black and white. Not everyone, but people who watched a lot of black and white films had black and white dreams. And it's like such a small vignette of like a period of time, you know? Like it's just such a narrow fucking like window in which that was a thing. Because before that, no, we just had colors we saw in color, you know? Like, but dude, black and white films changed how people hallucinated during their sleep. Okay, so here it is. What we're going to do. It's what we're accustomed to. It's what we see every day. At least, I don't know the mechanism for it. It was a thing I read on Reddit and it could have been bullshit. I don't know, man. I didn't vet the fucking source material. My bad. 5.2's on Deep Sweet? Oh, shit, dude. How's it doing? Is it actually solid? Hey, all right. So it's just under 5.4. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, dude, GLM, man. Good job, guys. I've always been kind of like meh on GLM 5.1 and even like the 4.7 models. Like, I think it's pretty cool that they jumped up. I mean, it's just better for like social media, you know? Right? People will look longer at an animation like this than they will at a static graphic, and that kind of thing creates massively more engagement to where like lingering on an animation will cause the algorithms to think that like, oh, you're lingering on this data because it's interesting, not because the animation actually delayed the result, you know? There's even like kind of a hack for LinkedIn of doing videos for stuff that's even just static, but if the video plays to its completion, there's like a greater signal to the algorithm that people like the content. Yeah, there's some weird shit to like gamify the algorithms. I don't like doing anything underhanded like that because they'll inevitably like patch it at some point and really fuck you up. Like in general, trying to optimize around some of these algorithms is a really fucking bad idea. Just simply because like I remember when Google updated their like penguin and panda algorithms for like SEO, and entire websites disappeared off the internet because they were identified as like gaming the system. At the end of the day, doing underhanded shit could get you massively slapped and it could kill your entire business. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was the thing, like maybe 2014, something like that. There was a big story about how like the penguin or panda update, I forget which one, completely removed a website's entire fucking sitemap, right? Every single URL off the internet because they were doing some like underhanded shit with how they did like keyword stuffing and some of that. So at the end of the day, it's not worth gaming any of these systems because it's at any point they could decide to just fuck you. And it's better to be second or third place than first place for a while and then negative 1,000 place, or like, you know, just like getting kicked way to the end because you were fucking up. There's definitely something to that. So yeah, if we put all effort levels, I find that very valuable. We see GLM 5.2 max at Opus 4.8 low kind of levels. Have I tried Fable? Only lightly because, wait, is it back yet? I don't think they brought it back yet, right? No. Okay. Yeah, I tried it. For what I tried it with, I think it was a bad test. Like, I don't think it had good value. I presented a problem I had to GPT-5.5 and Fable, and they got basically the exact same like exploration result using OpenSpec. Fable maybe had like a little bit more in the like the next steps kind of criteria, but it was pretty minimal. So I don't think I had a good test for it. But also, I tend to doubt the people that are like, dude, Fable just one-shot this entire thing for me. Meh. I'm not sure I believe that as heavy. Let me just put it this way. I think some people are way fucking better at prompting than I am because I just don't see the results from some of these models in the way that they frame it. I don't see it. I don't get the value. Like Opus 4.8 so much better than blah 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 blah. And it's like, I don't know, man. But if you have more input, it's about the same. And maybe that was it, right? Because an Explore ends up having a lot of input. So the thing that it could decide from the input ends up being the same. But if you do it with a light amount, then it can guess more and do stuff. I could see that, right? Simpler prompts allow Fable to explore and do other things. Okay. Sure, I could see that. Yeah, I don't think I tried Fable with like lightweight prompts. So the amount of blanks it would fill in, I don't think I experienced that. Is that worth 2 times the cost? With how bad some people are at prompting, maybe. Right? How many more tokens are they going to burn trying to get Opus to do what they want, you know? I don't know. I have no idea. I use OpenSpec. And I think OpenSpec smooths over a lot of the fucking gaps between models. I could be wrong. I don't have any numbers or anything to back this up. Oh, interesting. 646. Do you have a link? Right. So yeah, 646. You can give us a link, and that would be awesome. I do have to go pee. Give me just a sec. Ooh, I gotta pee. All right. Yeah, yeah. We'll check that out for sure. Give me a sec. Okay. So, Onces. The story says the name comes from the word aguardiente, which has 11 letters in Spanish. People supposedly used tomar once to drink 11 times? 11 drinks. Okay, no, because it's 11 words, it's tomar once aguardiente, right? Over time, the phrase lost that hidden meaning and just became the name for an everyday Chilean tea time meal. Got it. Okay. Now hold on. Are people having tea time at night? That sounds like a bad idea. But like, what time is it for you? People do a nighttime tea time? That sounds like a bad idea to me. 9 p.m.? Okay. Interesting. So anywhere between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. is when once or onces is kicking in, usually around 7. So when do y'all eat proper dinner? I guess that's the thing. Like here in the US, we do like a big dinner meal. Where I guess in other cultures, dinner is like a light meal, right? And maybe it's not even dinner if you're doing it around like 5 or something. It's more like supper. Like a late brunch. Yeah, interesting. For most people, it ends up being dinner. Okay, so it's just like a light dinner, right? Like a supper versus dinner. Okay. And maybe I just don't understand. In England, Australia, you sometimes call dinner tea? Huh. Oh, I get it. So 7 p.m. is like the tea bread thing, and then you do like a 10 p.m. like full on dinner? Interesting. Okay. That is so different from like the typical US schedule where it's like somewhere between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. you do breakfast. Maybe 10 a.m. if you're like late. You do like a noon to 2 like lunch somewhere in there, and then dinner is anywhere between like 6 and 9. I wonder where that diverged culturally. Did the US adopt like the 9 to 5 before other cultures, and maybe that's why we're so like dead set on that? So like the breakfast is before work, the lunch is during work, and then dinner is after work. I wonder if that's it. right? Because like the US was like industrial revolutionized maybe before a bunch of other countries. So like we adopted that 9 to 5 cycle. Yeah, I don't know. There's something to that. Mm. So wait, Naranek. Um, and you're saying in Chile. And wait, Brainless. You're in Chile too, right? I swear I keep forgetting that. You're not in Argentina, right? I could be mixing all this up. Chile is gnarly. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, I mean, yeah, Chile's such a long country, you know, to where like, dude, you could be in like North Chile and it's like fucking like tropical, and then you go to like South Chile and it's the fucking Arctic. No, Naranek, we have someone in chat named Brainless. I wasn't calling you Brainless. I hope you know that, right? Take it easy. I was not calling you Brainless. We have someone in chat named Brainless. Oh, shit. I like how you just like took that and ran with it, though. Like, damn, all right. Touche. Touche. Got it. Oh, yeah, just making sure. Just making sure. Dude, all right. No worries. No worries. But damn, you're over in Philly, huh? What's this chart? This is Deep Swee. So it's just like how good models are at doing like long running tasks. And this has absolutely nothing to do with me. I don't run models this long. I just don't do it. Eat more bratwurst? Not tonight. Tonight's an Indian food night. But I could pick up some bratwurst for tomorrow or the coming week. I could definitely do that. We have the technology. Tonight is definitely a butter chicken night, for sure. Yeah, I've got 2 really good Indian food places nearby. One of them is like widely renowned as like the best Indian food in Seattle. It's not even in Seattle. It's like 20 minutes away. The new place is just closer. And it's worth it to me. Right? Like, I'm just sick of fucking delivery and the shit getting cold. I'd rather just go grab it and walk back with it. Like, fresh. Like, I'm so sick of cold food from fucking DoorDash. I haven't ordered DoorDash in like 3 months now because they refuse to fucking handle a really fucking cold dish that they gave me. So yeah. Now I typically do the butter chicken extra spicy. I do from the one place I do like a garlic like they do a really good garlic naan. This place nearby does really shitty garlic naan. It's just greasy and like the garlic's not even cooked, you know? So I just get butter naan from like the place nearby. And then Papadoms. Fucking Papadoms. Dude, Papadoms are so good. It used to be that like there was a 50-50 chance they'd give me the Papadoms for free before they like added it to the online ordering system. But I hated the fact that I had to like bring cash or something with me just in case they charged me for the Papadoms. So I'm glad I can just order it. I'd rather pay every time. Fuck it. Spicy curry lamb. Ooh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty simple. I like a really good butter chicken. And it's almost like how I judge an Indian restaurant. If they can't do a butter chicken right, how well are they going to do anything else, you know? Yeah, yesterday was sushi and technically today for lunch was like the last bit of sushi because none of this animal goes to waste. All right, anyway, so the big thing here, we just did that commit. Staging main or origin staging, sorry. You haven't had sushi in a while, might need to fix that. I mean, as long as you're close to like good fresh fish, hell yeah, dude. Um, you would be hard pressed to see me ordering sushi in Arizona, as an example, or Las Vegas, as an example. Even though it all comes frozen, I get it, right? Like, no fish that you're eating is unfrozen throughout the entire process. They do that shit at sea just to kill the fucking parasites and make sure it keeps, you know? Yeah, exactly, brainless. That's close enough. That is totally 100% close enough. You want to visit Arizona? No, you don't. Maybe during the winter. You do not want to go to Arizona during the summer. I wouldn't recommend it. And also, Arizona is just, I don't know. Without expanding on it, I massively dislike Arizona. Is it isolated? What do you mean by isolated? Like, yes, you're in the middle of a desert, but there's other big towns. The mountains are like, there are mountains in Arizona, but if you're in Phoenix, the mountains are like 2+ hours away, like minimum, like to get to Flagstaff. Yeah, Arizona weather is basically exactly like that. Yep. Exactly, 646. The last thing you want to do in Arizona is to get closer to the sun. Are you kidding me? That's a good way of putting it. I like that. Opie, I do not live in Arizona. I didn't represent that properly. I do not live in Arizona. I live in Washington State. The company I work for is in Arizona. And maybe that's where you're getting that from? So yes, I have had to go to Arizona from time to time. I like the company I work at. I like the people. I fucking hate Arizona. Like, I don't know how to phrase that any better. Ugh. Gross. Ugh. I'm a cold weather person, right? That's where that opinion comes from. I fucking hate the summer. Even here in Washington. I fucking hate the summer. Hold on. There's like a Bill Hicks quote. That is not the quote I'm talking about. Hot and sunny every day. Today, hot and sunny in LA. Yesterday, hot and sunny. Every day, hot and sunny. And they love it. Isn't it great? Every day, hot and sunny every day. Isn't that neat? What are you, a fucking lizard? Only reptiles feel that way about this kind of weather, you know? I'm a mammal. I can afford scarves, coats, cappuccino, and rosy cheeked women, and all are available for sale on the streets of New York. Now, where I will soon be returning because LA is a nightmare city, the sooner it falls into the ocean due to a major earthquake and is flushed away like the turd city it is into the Pacific Bowl, the better this world will be. Hot and sunny every day, hot and sunny, and they love it. What are you, a fucking lizard? Only reptiles feel that way about this kind of weather, you know? Yeah, that's my favorite part. I'm a mammal. I can afford scarves, coats, cappuccino, and rosy cheeked women, and all are available for sale on the streets of New York now. Yeah, so Bill Hicks is one of the greatest fucking comedians ever. One of the greatest comedians fucking ever. If you ever listen to Tool, when they're talking about Arizona Bay, they got that from Bill Hicks. Right? Just let California fall off into the sea. I'll see you in Arizona Bay. Venka, you're learning Redux now because global state management actually lends itself closer to how React and its entire like diffing mechanism works. So Venka, what you maybe want to do is learn about how Elm works under the hood. Because Elm was the major influence on how React was created. And React was this single top-down data flow, a single pass, which is very counter to how the other frameworks before it were doing their rationalization of state. In Angular JS, right? Not Angular, Angular JS. You would have a loop through things, and then, oh, this changed something, so let's loop back around. Loop through. Oh, that changed something, let's loop back around. So you'd have like way more cycles to resolve the differences between components as like the state that they cared about changed. And that was called the digest cycle. React is a very specific rebellion against the digest cycle. This render is a single top-down pass. Whatever data we got filters out through the rest of the application, and it's a single fucking pass through the entire component tree. What is that lending itself towards? A single fucking canonical data structure that has all of the state of the application so that you can do that top-down pass from the top and let it filter out. So you might think it's messy, but it's so much worse than it used to be. Or it's so much better than it used to be. Sorry. It used to be so much worse, is like the phrase I was going for. Now, Angular, right? Not AngularJS, but Angular fixed that problem. It did the single pass like flow. Ember eventually fixed that themselves too, but React was the first one to take that lesson from functional programming languages and Elm and apply that to the data flow of modern application development. And every single other fucking framework ever made after that adopted the same idea because it's the right idea. Now, is Redux as simple as it could be? No, definitely not. If you want a simpler Redux, check out Zustand. If you want to check out some other state management libraries that are also very cool and interesting and still like global state management, you could basically look at everything the Poimanders group has made. Right? Poimanders JS or something, right? There we go. This fucking company. And let's see, like, do they have a main website? Oh, this is not what I thought it was. Let's go back. Now, they do all sorts of really cool shit, like React 3 Fiber, React Spring, Dre, Sustand, Yotai, Valtio. Dude, this Poimanders group is really fucking cool. And I've talked to some of these dudes, especially one of the guys that helps maintain, like, React 3 Fiber. They're fucking brilliant. They're so fucking smart. But if we really want to start thinking about state management, there's only 3 libraries that really matter from Poimanders, but they all do the same, like, they all do different mechanisms for global state management. And these 3 different mechanisms are actually the same things you'll see across the entire fucking ecosystem at this point. There's Zustand, which is the Redux-like, store that has the hooks and the fucking, there's like a word I'm forgetting for like consuming a Redux thing, whatever. But Zustand is like the Redux equivalent. Yotai is atomic state management, and Valtio is closer to like proxy-based state management. So when you think of proxy-based, that's like Legend State, that's like MobX, that's like a bunch of shit. Valtio is that. But the fact that the same group of people came up with 3 different state management libraries because the primitives, right, the fucking core abstraction, there are 3 basic differences in doing global state management. And almost every single global state manager you see, even XState, even all of this shit, follow one of these paradigms. So yes, Zustand, Redux by proxy, are more complicated than they should be, but they're centralized, and the way that you deal with that state changing is maybe complicated, but the fact that it's always in the same place means that your application is more predictable. When there's an issue with that thing, you know exactly where to go look. With Yotai, with Valtio, no, you've got like mutations coming from basically fucking anywhere. So there's definitely reasons to pick one or the other. I tend to pick Yotai when I'm doing my own shit. But if I was on a team, I would pick something centralized like a Zustand. Or a Redux. Now, one of the things Redux did, compared to the other like Flux implementations that came before it, Redux was instanced versus being fully global. And that might seem like, okay, what does that matter nowadays? Well, in the early days of doing like React SSR, right, server-side rendering, if you used a fully global state management thing inside of a Node.js like rendering server, that meant that you would start leaking data from every user because it's this single global state manager rendering stuff for other users, and you get like other users' data rendered because it's this like polluted global object. Whereas Redux was instanced to each request. meaning SSR could be instanced and you wouldn't have data leakage. So Redux solves that problem way better than a bunch of the Flux implementations that came before it, like Fluxible, like Reflux. Like there was easily like a dozen Flux implementations that sucked. Redux was the one that made it actually good. Now, there was one I remember that was actually quite nice, and it was a little less boilerplate, and it was also instanced. But in the React ecosystem, there's a lot of cargo culting, and Redux won. I lived through this entire fucking like changing of the guard and this like evolution of state management in React, in Angular, in Vue, in all that shit. Yeah, no, it's still more boilerplate than you want. Guaranteed. Guaranteed, Venka. It's more boilerplate than you want. But a single canonical source of truth is really fucking valuable versus having to like trace and find where this thing got mutated. You have one single source of truth. That mutation happened with one function call. You could see where that function call happened elsewhere, but this is the one place that you can go look and figure out what went wrong, which is pretty fucking powerful when you're working on a team with established patterns. For solo devs, dude, Vaultio, Yotai, fuck it, whatever, like anything can work. But on a team, something centralized like a Zustand or a Redux is really valuable. One second. There we go. Okay. So let's get more music going. And yeah, this is not some kind of appeal to authority. Just because I remember this history doesn't mean my opinion is more valid than anyone else's. I think the story I can tell about that history has value, but you don't need it. Right? All of the points I just made could be made without, the appeal to authority or the history that I understand. Because the result, right, where we landed is more important than how we got there. So hold on, Small Knight, what disappoints you about vibe-coded SaaS? You really like ShadCN, but now you can't see ShadCN without rolling your eyes and thinking it's probably vibed. The entire point of ShadCN is that you modify it to make it fit your design system. People that don't modify it to fit a design system, well, yeah, it looks cookie cutter. But you know what? Before AI, ShadCN sites looked really cookie cutter because people are lazy and they don't customize it. And it's the same problem we dealt with Bootstrap, with Angular Material, or Material in general. If people aren't customizing these component libraries for the design system that their business has, it's going to look cookie cutter. That's a tale as old as time. Right? That's a tale that predates AI. Devs being too lazy to modify the component library. The LLM builds it all looking the same way. So do human beings. Because that's what's in the training data. Because that's how human beings did it. Like Small Knight. I think you're maybe misunderstanding. There was an entire period of time where ShadCN was new, but you could totally spot a ShadCN website because people didn't modify it. That same thing is something people complained about with Bootstrap 10 years ago, dude. Like, yeah, if you don't modify Bootstrap, you can spot a Bootstrap site. It's actually pretty easy. That's not a Bootstrap or a ShadCN problem. That's a lazy developer problem. You've always been able to spot a developer that was lazy and just used the framework without changing anything. That's always been possible. I would not blame LLMs for that. Yeah, sure, Xanar. Yeah, that's another way of looking at it. Sure. But even then, it's just more like the visual aspect of like everything seeming samey. That's a tale as old as time. That predates AI so much. Rebase, what you can do with all that base. I don't even know what song that is. Hold on. Was that Megan Trainor? That's a Megan Trainor song, right? What you can do with all that bass. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh boy, that music sucks. The live button with a little green light on every AI generated site. How dare you? No, I guess we don't have the little like pulsing like dot. But it's pretty obvious this is fucking vibed, right? It's pretty obvious this is fucking vibe coded, yeah? Well, no, because I specifically removed the rounded borders, right? I did a little bit, but this is so fucking vibe coded. Like, dude, it's pretty obvious in my opinion. But I'm not a designer, man. I don't fucking know. Transport, live, window, healthy. Yeah, dude, classic. Fucking clanker gonna clank, man. Shit. Shit. What you can do with all that clank? What are the numbers? This is the amount of total messages. I mean, we have labels. Are they hard to read? They might be hard to read. This is total messages processed. Right? Like seen. We got like an uptime number. We got like our rate throughput and some other bullshit. Blue sky. This is all blue sky related. So basically, and let me just give some context. It requires a bit of a spiel. Blue Sky, or the AT protocol, has the idea of the fire hose. And the fire hose is every message over the AT protocol. You can listen to every single message, every comment, every single like every single thing over Blue Sky. Over the AT protocol in general, it's a fully open protocol. However, if you were to listen to that, it is just a WebSocket, just like 5 lines of JavaScript code, and you can listen to the fire hose. And you're done. No, you're not done, because the data coming down is not JSON serializable. It is CBOR encoded like binary data. So then, if you want to have another thing that gives you like JSON data, well, that's what this Jetstream is, right? So the Jetstream, right? Jetstream 1 and 2, and I'm sure this like disconnection here is bullshit. I'm not sure why we got disconnected. I don't know. We could look at it and figure it out, but it's not important. Because as long as we're tracking with the thing we care about, the Jetstream 2, we're good to go. Now we are maybe 2 million messages behind the Jetstream. That is due to a major bit of downtime that has now since fallen off from like over a month ago, but we've had this running for like a month, which is pretty cool. the general idea is you can listen to the jet stream and get JSON data, which is cool. But the JSON data is actually lacking a bunch of shit you would need to actually like populate, usernames, profile images, who they're replying to, like getting like the chain or like thread of like comments and all that stuff. So JSON data, like, yes, yeah, exactly. You can listen to jetstream2.uswest or whatever, right? Like the jetstream of Blue Sky. You can listen to every single message, and it's JSON data of every single message. Yeah, interesting. You can do that. That's how awesome Blue Sky is. However, well, yeah, that JSON data doesn't have usernames. It doesn't have profile images. It doesn't have the parent that someone replied to or whatever, right? So then this company called Graze.social created a thing called the Turbo Stream. And the Turbo Stream listens to the jet stream and then adds that metadata, like enriched metadata, I think is like the term that the Blue Sky team would even call it. And that is simply like, yeah, they do an API request to the Blue Sky API to populate that metadata. And then enriched is the term, right? To populate that metadata, and it's like cached, and they're storing some of that cache, but things change over time, so you don't want to cache stuff for too long, right? And you don't want to like store terabytes of fucking data that goes stale pretty quick, technically, right? So in general, there's this like rolling window of like valid metadata that you need to cache after fetching stuff. And you need to like batch things together to grab like 20 messages at a time because that's how their batching works. And then there's like a limit to the API about how many requests per second you can make, which is basically 10. I think Graze.social is cheating and juggling multiple like API keys. My implementation, the Masijo implementation of this like Blue Sky Turbo Stream bullshit that does the metadata and all that bullshit. We wrote our own. We vibe coded the fuck out of it. We wrote it in Rust. We built our own like Redis implementation that was purely like in memory instead of needing like a actual Redis that you communicate over TCP. Like the amount of overhead for that is bullshit. And I am hitting greater throughput. I am seeing more messages. I'm ahead of Graze.social by almost 3 million, right? 1.3 million messages ahead of Graze.social. Even though I'm behind by like maybe 1.3 of like the jet stream, I was able to do this with a single API key, and I think most likely a much smaller server. And I think technically if I restarted, I'd be keeping pace with the jet stream. We had, like, here you can even see, like, there was a dip there that fell off recently. So 28 days ago, like, maybe like 30 days ago, we had a downtime event. And it tanked our fucking numbers, and we're just now catching up. But we can also see that, well, yeah, hold on. If we look at this moment, the baseline, right, Jetstream 2 spiked at 83 requests or messages per second, and we only hit 77. So we're not hitting the spikes as we would need. But theoretically, we could cache that stuff long enough that we could like handle the spike, and there's just like a delay in the message getting there, and we could catch up throughput wise, right? So there's a lot of stuff as a nuance here, and I will totally give talks about this. I'm planning on writing a blog post about it for Masijo as an example, right? Just like engineering leadership bullshit, right? But at the end of the day, I'm just trying to build a thing, man. And it's pretty fun just building a thing. They cap? Like, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ophi. I don't know what you mean by like they cap or no limits or whatever. My thing has a cap at 77 versus like the throughput that the baseline had, because my thing has a cap of like throughput. Theoretically, though, we should be able to cache things and spread that throughput out over time because it's just a spike. And spiked data should be something that we can catch up to. The Seabor org? There is no CBOR org. CBOR is like an algorithm. But it's a good joke, right? Blue Sky should be paying me? Definitely not, because I'm not doing anything to benefit the Blue Sky ecosystem or anything. Like, nah, this is purely like selfish. I'm doing this for my own server because I didn't want like a third-party middleman between me and the fucking source, right? Because they went down in in January for like 2 or 3 days. I had always planned on implementing my own TurboStream implementation because I don't like the idea of a middleman that doesn't care about my business. You know, like I can just get data from the source. And their shit's open source. Like, dude, Grace.social is awesome. I have heard stories that maybe they don't have the best engineering, and from what I've seen, that's totally true, about how they built out their TurboStream. But the fact that they offer this TurboStream for free for anyone to listen to is still really fucking cool of them. So I'm not trying to throw them under the bus. I'm just simply trying to say I could not let them be a bottleneck for my own fucking business. That's just bad business. So when I do give talks about this stuff, about how I built this and why I built it and why, like, you know, the value of it, I will totally do that. Wait, is there a cbor.io page? Maybe I misunderstood that, C46. I just thought it was just like a generic algorithm. I could be totally wrong. But that's the main idea. Like, yes, did I vibe code this fucking thing? I vibe coded the thing you're seeing right here. I vibe coded the actual server we're measuring. Like, dude, there are major use cases for vibe coding. Just because you can vibe code a thing doesn't mean you should. Like, is it worth your effort to maintain it? All that shit. Like, these are the same arguments that have always been made about, like, well, should we build this library from scratch internally, or should we just use a dependency? That kind of like cost-benefit analysis has always been a concern. You could build any fucking dependency you ever wanted. Is it worth your time, though? And that's where, like, I think the software as a service is dead people massively misunderstand and massively undervalue their time. Like Levels.io, dude. He's a nice guy. He's fucking awesome. I know he's doing like investment kind of shit. I'd love to take some investment at some point. Hey, no big deal, right? But at the end of the day, like when you see him talking about, well, I spent X amount of money to build my own version of these things that I'm now hosting, and the amount of like increased hosting cost is actually equal to the amount of money I was spending on these services anyway. That is only a one-to-one comparison if you value your time at 0. That dude's time is way more fucking valuable than the effort he put into abstracting away those fucking services. Because he's paying the same per month cost, but he didn't factor in the hourly cost of his time. The only reason the math works out in his favor is if he values his time at 0. In my opinion. He could prove me wrong, but as far as the data I've seen, nah, dude. Dude cost himself money for basically a 0 net gain monthly. That is absolutely like the worst case scenario in my opinion. Time worth, but privacy worth? Dude, privacy worth? None of these companies are going to leak your data if they want to keep customers. Lack of supply chain attacks? Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. No. Definitely not. Lack of supply chain attacks? You know Levels is just raw dogging Composer, right? He's just raw dogging Composer and fucking Packagist. There's no fucking way he's actually insulated from supply chain attacks. He's actually more fucking vulnerable. You know that, right? He's actually way more vulnerable now. Because every single thing he fucking vibed is its own supply chain risk now. Nah. I completely disagree with the lack of supply chain attacks worth. Nah, I completely disagree. I think you misunderstand how that dude does software dev. Nah, nope, nope. And if you really do understand Levels himself, he's running all this shit on one machine. So one bad supply chain attack compromises his entire fucking empire. One bad supply chain attack compromises Levels IO's entire fucking empire. Just think about that. It is worth it to segment this shit. But again, engineering was never his strong suit. And that's okay. That's totally okay. He's way more fucking successful than I'll ever be. And I'm okay with that. I still rest easy knowing that I have engineering jobs. What do those do for me? Well, they don't make me money. But one bad dependency doesn't compromise every single fucking software as a service I have. I might have multiple projects. One bad dependency fucks only that one project. I think a lot of people just misunderstand, like, what is the fucking scope? It's not just about one supply chain vulnerability. What is the scope of that supply chain vulnerability affecting things you do? If it only affects one software as a service because you've properly segmented these things and fucking established firewalls between them, fuck yeah, dude. Do we think Levels IO runs that way? I don't think so. Now, granted, he does pay someone now to do infrastructure for him, so he may actually be insulated. I'm not entirely sure. I think he's still running a bunch of shit off one, like, main server, though. And at some point, Docker isn't going to save you if it's all on one machine. Keep in mind, I think Levels is a really fucking cool dude. He's awesome. He used to be here in chat, like, during COVID. I think I rubbed him the wrong way when I talked about I used the phrase proper startup when I totally shouldn't have. I think he took offense at that. He never said so, but I guarantee it rubbed him the wrong way. I was talking about like VC funded startups, and I called that a proper startup, and I think that really rubbed him wrong because he's like, at the time, he was like really anti VC. I think he's like come around to it now that he's like an investor himself. But I love talking about this shit. This is so much fun. Like, thank y'all for like just allowing me to rant in your ears and like rationalize the thoughts I have out loud instead of just like looping internally, you know? So yeah. Also, BRB, I gotta pee, and I'm gonna grab more ice cubes too. I think to beat a dead horse at this point, the single greatest thing I did for my entire career was start streaming. Right? For the career I wanted. But just the fact that I consider some of these people who are way bigger and way more important than me, the fact that I can consider them peers just because we've met and chatted and hung out in this way. Dude, there's not a single thing I've done that has changed and affected my career in a greater way than starting streaming. Like, dude, I know Danny Thompson and Leon Noel. They're fucking amazing, dude. They're so cool. They're so fucking cool. Only reason I know them, because I'm a streamer, man. Like, dude, the single greatest thing I've ever done for my career, starting streaming here on Twitch. Now, it's definitely not one of those fucking, like, Field of Dreams moments. Like, oh, if you stream it, they will come. No. You got to give a shit. You got to put in the effort, you know? But yeah, effort gets effort. I think that's one of the most, like, fundamental things in life. I don't like when shit comes too easy, if that makes sense. I've actually, like, turned down way too much shit because it came too easy and it didn't feel like I actually earned it. And that's me fucking up, actually. Take those easy wins. Take those easy wins. Don't feel bad about an easy win. I think there's definitely a part of me that makes it hard for me to accept an easy win without being crude about it, dating wise. Dude, there's something that feels wrong about an easy win dating wise, when instead it's actually like, dude, that's a connection. You should embrace it. I've just pushed back so many times because I didn't realize that, like, no, that was actually something worth holding on to, you know? But the fact that it came too easy, it felt like I didn't deserve it, you know? No, and I get it, Owen. Yeah, I'm only saying this because I think some people will resonate with it, right? Just because it came easy doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean you don't deserve it, you know? That's one of the biggest things I've messed up. I don't want other people to mess it up that way, you know? Just because it came to you easily doesn't mean you don't deserve it, you know? I think that's the best way to phrase that. No, Owen, I get that. Hold on. How old are you, Owen? You're in your 30s now, right? At your age, most of them have kids. I would not look at that as a huge red flag. Yeah, you're 30 now. At that age, most of them end up having kids. The ones that don't, not necessarily a bad thing, but also there's reasons. Maybe they just weren't ready, just like you're not ready. But I'm just saying, Owen, you're 30. You're not 20 anymore, man. At some point, it's not about whether they have a kid already or not. It's about, are you looking for your own? And are they willing to have more? That's a separate thing. But dude, you're 30. Not being ready for a kid at 30? I don't know, man. referencing the show Year of the Rabbit, it's time to shit or get off the pot. There's a character on Year of the Rabbit that says that like 3 or 4 times throughout the show. And then at least once it's actually like appropriate for the moment. But he says it in other times where people just look at him like, what? No, 30 is still early. I get that. But 40 is way too late. You know? By the age of 40, your fucking cheese is curdled. Or your fucking. Right? I don't know how to phrase that any better way, but like, dude. By the age of 40, you're fucking like. The cream has gone past cheese and now it's just curdled, you know? Don't leave it too late. I guess that's the biggest lesson. Don't leave it too late. No, and I know what you mean, Owen. I get it. Like, you don't feel stable enough for that environment, but could that be a stabilizing factor for you? Again, I don't know, man. You do what you do. Like, it's your life. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't need to take it any further. You live your life, man. There's nothing wrong with just aging and not having kids. Like, that's totally fine too. You know? Who gives a shit? Well, I mean, Tristan Armstrong, you must have at least one kid with like maybe the middle name Neil, right? And damn, ACM, that's actually really close to accurate. We are 1 week away from me being 42. We're just talking about like aging and fucking like, I don't know. Yeah, I get it, Slip Second. Take it easy. Like, it's a Saturday. We're not trying to fucking bullshit about this shit. So you've named all 3, but no, your son is named from a game close enough. I mean, you can name them after a game, but then just like their middle name should have been Neil, right? Even if you named them after yourself, right? Tristan Neil Armstrong, how dare you? All right. So yeah, just save that for the next one. No big deal. Tristan Neil Armstrong Jr., how dare you? Bruce Lee Armstrong. Bruce Lee Neil Armstrong. Yeah, it's got to have the Neil. If you don't have a single child and your last name's Armstrong and you don't have a single child with the middle name Neil, you're fucking up. I'm sorry, dude, Tristan, you're fucking blowing it. I'm just having fun, by the way. I'm just having fun. You do whatever you want to do. I just thought it was funny. That's all. Shit. All right, so hold on. This is basically like the end of this album. Let's get to something crunchy. Let's do something fun, you know? Do we do more Anand May concert right? Ooh, should we do some Oliver Tree, Life Goes On, which is oddly appropriate? Stretch Neil Armstrong or Neil Stretch Armstrong? Ooh, there you go. Neil and then his middle name Stretch. I do really like this song. This one, Cowboys Don't Cry or whatever, and then the fucking Money one. Those are my three favorite Oliver Tree songs so far. Anyone got any other like favorite Oliver Tree songs? I should actually hit up a Tota on like what his favorite is. Might as well Easter egg all your kids at this point. Elon style. Yeah, I get it. I rest easy knowing Elon will never see this stream, even if I stream it to Twitter. He'll never see it, so I can talk as much shit as I want. Dude could just play his own fucking games, you know? Shit. Community note incoming. Nah, I'm good. I don't think even the community cares enough. I'm such small potatoes. Slip second. Well, hold on. You just play the episode and see if she catches it. You're gonna laugh when he does watch stream and invites me to SpaceX, where I then end up giving him his next revolutionary idea. I think you overestimate me and him and everything in that statement. You know, just saying. I think, holy shit. Like, I think you have overestimated every single part of that statement. So yeah, not an episode, it's an arc, and you haven't even started yet, but soon. Oh, I mean, how old are they? Oh, it's a callback to an old interview he said? Yeah, I'm not even sure. I don't even know. She's 12? Oh, okay. So she's at the age, like, if she was like 4 or 5, you could show it to her and, like, oh man, like, she'd play it on repeat and not even knowing why, you know? I will say, this song right here, if you're ever on a date and you somehow end up in karaoke, this song right here is the deal sealer. This song is the deal sealer. If you're on a date and you end up doing karaoke, this song is the deal sealer. Right? You make eye contact the entire time you're singing it. Damn right. The light, the heat, your eyes, I am complete. Like, dude, like so many of these lyrics, the deal sealer. It's fucking science, dude. Right? It's like that South Park episode, right? Oh, you're on the rock stand? Like, all you gotta do is stand outside our window and play some Peter Gabriel. The key thing is, do not play Shock the Monkey. That's the wrong Peter Gabriel song. Yeah, seriously, here's the thing. I'm about to be 42, and I don't even remember watching the John Cusack film, but I know it's a fucking meme, right? The thing that they were talking about in that South Park episode was a reference to the John Cusack film of the 80s, in which, like, oh yeah, you know, you're on the rocks and you want to win the girl back, you have a boombox above your head and you play some Peter Gabriel. This is the song. This is the song John Cusack played. That's the reference. That's the joke. But then Stan gets it wrong and plays, "Don't you know you're gonna shot the monkey? Hey!" Like, dude, like, it's the wrong Peter Gabriel song. Okay? Just saying. It's the wrong Peter Gabriel song. There's so many you could have picked that would have been good, right? Love Without Frontiers. Like, there's plenty of Peter Gabriel songs. Stan picked the exact wrong one. There are plenty of Peter Gabriel songs you could have played. Stan picked the exact wrong one. Which is even better because the South Park guys fucking know. Right? Dude, they are the smartest fucking people alive. I hope they're still alive. Shit. I would have heard. We would have heard. God, if I could hang out with any person living right now, it would be the South Park guys. Because they go hand in hand, right? I couldn't pick between like Trey Parker and Matt Stone. I'd want to hang out with them. Just that's it, right? But it wouldn't feel right if it was forced. If you just got to hang out with them randomly, like, oh, hey, we're stuck at some ski resort. Let's just hang out. Fuck it. Yeah, the roads are closed on both sides of the mountain for the next 3 days. Let's chill. That'd be amazing, dude. That'd be the coolest fucking thing ever. I think I would fucking creep them out because I remember too much of their other shit, right? I could quote Cannibal the Musical. I could quote Orgasmo. I'm too much of a fan. I think they would be weirded out. It bums me out. I'm a little sad. I don't think I could actually hang out with these guys without being too weird. I'm just, yeah. I'm too much of a fan. It wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. Ooh. This is Oliver Tree. The song's Jerk. I'm a jerk, so I played it, but I don't know. I don't think I'm in. We'll wait. We'll let the song drop. It's good. It's not my song. Uh no fucking shade to the past. Right? I think we all have taste, and I don't think Oliver Tree would even be pissed at that. Like, some of his songs are fucking great. There's like 3 that I think are gold. Beyond that, I don't think it's all for me. And I think that'd be okay. Magic. She won't have it. I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know which way to go. Dude, I love this shit. That I am just like everybody else, everybody else. Nah, I only know Oliver Tree because of a Toda, right? From like the Alt F4 stream. I would love it. Dude, it would be my favorite thing in the world if Glasses and Atoda could reconcile and do some kind of fucking stream again. That'd be so cool. God, I think that would be just so fucking awesome. Like, I'm a fan of both of these dudes, right? Like, Glasses and Atoda are so fucking awesome. The Alt F4 stream is so fucking awesome. It's almost like I'm a child of divorce at this point, you know? I don't want to pick sides. They're both great, man. I don't want to pick sides. No. I don't want two Christmases. You know, like shit. I don't know how to phrase it any better. Because my parents stuck together. Right? But it's almost like I can relate to a child of divorce. From just like, oh shit, do I have to pick a side between like the Alt F4 stream divorce? Fuck. I don't think Glass is going to be happy that I would actually rather hang out with the Toda. But I like Glasses a lot, man. Glasses is the man. And he was so fun to chill with in San Diego for TwitchCon. Like, Glasses is the man. He's great. But if I had to pick, like, it's up to you for forcing me to pick. I don't want to pick. But if I had to pick, I'm sorry, Glasses. I'm a bigger fan of a Toda. But like the difference is so minimal. Like, no, I wish my parents could just get back together, you know? Or I just wish they could bury the hatchet and have some like random thing. You know? Cause dude, Alt F4 stream, he's fucking partner already now, right? Like he's fucking partner. Like they don't gotta worry about their quest for partner or like the fucking like stress of the numbers. They can just do whatever the fuck they want now. Like I feel like that stress is like gone. They don't have to worry about it. They could actually reconcile. Let a Toda stream to less people. Who gives a shit? You know? And I hope I'm not divulging too much shit. I wonder how much of this was told to me in confidence. That's me fucking up. I'm sorry to both of them at this point. I shouldn't be saying this as publicly as I am. I think they are both the best. You know, I'm a child of divorce and I just want to see those fucking parents reunited. Not literally, though. Like, my parents are still together. Like, my actual parents. I just mean, like, my stream parents. And I've been streaming longer than both of them. So, fuck it. Like, it's not even that. I just... You know? I'm just such a big fan of Atoda and Black Glasses. I miss when, like before they even like lived together and Atoda just had the fucking like the game review stream in which he wore like the suit and shit and drank the whiskey and just chilled. That shit was fucking amazing, dude. That shit was so cool. I really do think Atoda could get back into that and just be Atoda if he wanted. Like, he doesn't even have to associate himself with the Alt F4 stream if he doesn't want. He could do content like that, and I'd fucking watch it. Dude, he could do YouTube videos about all this shit. That'd be amazing, man. So yeah, like, but again, I don't want to conjure up bad memories or bad fucking blood. And I know he's like super busy doing other shit anyway too. Like, But man, he could totally do a fucking, like a gaming YouTube channel that would be amazing. And I'd do everything I could to support it. And I'd continue supporting Alt F4 stream. When was the last time Alt F4 actually streamed? It's been a while, I think. He's the man. I wish he'd pick it back up. These two dudes need each other to motivate each other. And I'm so bummed that they can't do that anymore for what I consider bullshit reasons. And if they want to be mad at me for saying so, they can do so. But I think their falling out is bullshit. I think it's bullshit. I think we all miss what the Alt F4 stream used to be, right? The majority of my audience, y'all remember that shit, right? Come on. Because I could see a dip in my audience numbers the moment they went live. Obviously. And I'm not even mad about it. Yeah, dude. Wait a minute there, 646D. Honestly, like, when you're filming children, you need the twin. Like, are you aware that there's, like, plenty of shows that had one kid, but then they had the twin just to, like, get around fucking, like work hour bullshit? They just use them from, like, other angles? That's a thing. That's actually happened in a bunch of shit. Oh, as far as like the Olsen twins and getting the parents back together. Oh, did their parents split? I don't think I'm aware of that. Like, I'm old enough or young enough, however you want to say it, that like, yeah, when I was young, approaching like high school age, they were too. And I had a crush on the Olsen twins. I think there's one Olsen twin worthy of a crush, and the other you feel a little sad about, right? Meanwhile, there's just like Elizabeth Olsen. That's always been like appropriately aged. As I aged. Like, you know. Salty Bet? No, I've never heard of that. I don't even know what it is. No idea. Anyway, we're ranting, we're raving, we got shit to do. It's 7:24 p.m., so it's about, like, we're like a half hour away from, like, me needing to order the fucking Indian food before they close for the night. I can do it at 8, because I think their hours go till, like, 9:30 or 10. You know? So I got, like, another half hour to an hour in me. And worst case scenario, I got food I can cook at home. I got food I could actually just cook at home, you know? I haven't thawed any meats, but I do have, like, dumplings I could steam. Like, frozen dumplings. I should probably steam them before they go, like, weird and, like freezer burnt, you know? But I don't have to do it today. But yes, I have enough food where if I miss the window of, like, ordering Indian food tonight, it's fine. I got food. It's not like I'm going to starve. Like, I got so much food. I have too much food. I should probably go an entire, like, couple months without ordering out just to eat the shit that I got. You know? Oh... You mean like how I have this butter chicken sauce sitting right next to me because the Indian place wouldn't actually let me order Indian food that one night? And I brought it over next to me and like, dude, These motherfuckers think I can't do some fucking butter chicken sauce at home. I can just buy it by the fucking jar and cook my chicken and be done, dude. You know the thing I can't do? Papa Dom's. The other thing I can't do? Naan bread. But yeah, dude, this Indian food place doesn't want to serve me because I missed the window. We have the technology. You know, shit. We have the technology. We can rebuild it. I have 3 jars, actually, dude. It's actually just how bad I am about cleaning. Right? I brought these 3 jars of fucking butter chicken sauce from the kitchen. Like 2 months ago or something. Just to make a point because they didn't want to deliver. It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. Pre-warned by the PC just in case. Yeah, damn right, dude. I keep it right next to my bong. Coincidence? I think not. It's actually clearer than it looks on screen. Okay, no, I have my hand right behind it and you can't see nothing. It's a different shade though. It's like a lighter shade. This is way darker on stream than it is in real life. No, it's not that bad. I've had way worse. This is honestly like it. There's something about the color correction going that this is definitely not as dark as it is, dude. Like it's light. Hold up. Right? The tea versus the bong water? I don't know. You're not wrong. It's a little darker than the tea. It's not ideal. But it's not that bad. It's really not as bad as it looks. I think there's just enough like carbon in it that it's hitting the light in a way that makes it look darker. This is honestly like when I look at them together here and like just away from it, dude, it's just slightly darker than the tea. Nah, dude, that ain't it. I think it's just bad lighting, man. I think the camera's fucking with us, dude. I think it's just a bad lighting thing. Yeah, it's like a finely seasoned wok. Exactly. It's like a finely seasoned wok. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Do you wash your hands before you use your trackpad? Or is that shit also a finely seasoned wok? Right? Like, think about it. Think about it like the towel from, like, Hitchhiker's Guide. There's, like, nutrients soaked into every corner. Right? Oh, are you, like, iron deficient? Yeah, suck on this corner. I know it's a little gross, but you know, you're not gonna die. Oh, the keyboard's so gross. I can't show the keyboard. No. People are about to eat. I can't show my keyboard. There's no way, dude. There's no way. I can't show my keyboard. Right? It's like dinner time for people. There's no way. I don't want to ruin people's appetites. Take it easy. You're building an entirely new keyboard so you don't have to clean the old one. Are you me? I'm about to reach out to like other keyboard sponsors just because I don't want to clean this one. That said, the fact that this one has been so good and like as filthy as it is, it's actually like really fucking solid. I do have to say, like sponsored, I got a free keyboard and it's an expensive one. But do I have a command for that? Yes, there you go. Like, dude, this Digma is good, man. And I know, like, hey, Digma, D's nuts. Like, you can make the joke. I get it. You wouldn't be the first person to do so. It has been maybe the first person in a while, so I get it. Sure, whatever. Right? You know, like, water, like from the toilet. That's how I imagine the person that can't get past the name of the company, you know? Water? Like from the toilet? You're funny. Like, that's how I imagine that person in general. Just saying. So I will just say, like, dude, it is a really solid fucking keyboard. And really, yeah, I think I currently have one key that is failing like 3 years later. I do need to update my firmware, and I know they reached out, and I feel bad for ignoring them. I need to reach out back to them. Like, I feel bad. It's a fantastic fucking keyboard, dude. I really like it. It is one of the ortholinears. And, well, hold on. No, it's columnar. It's not ortholinear. I actually had this conversation with someone super fucking smart, and they didn't even know the difference between columnar and ortholinear. So it was actually like, I don't know, kind of fun to at least inform them. I don't think they would ever buy this keyboard, but it was still like worth informing a really intelligent person that columnar does not equal ortholinear. Because there's like a stagger, but it's at the row level versus like the, right? Like if you look at a standard WASD or like ASDF, like, you know, QWERTY keyboard, that's the term. There we go. A standard QWERTY keyboard, the rows are uniform, but the columns are like staggered, right? So they don't line up. A columnar keyboard is the exact opposite, where the columns are lined up, but the rows have drift. Or sorry, like the rows have drift XY, but the columns are still like vertically. So like the rows are not a line; they're fucking like wibble wobbly. An ortholinear keyboard is a perfect grid where the lines line up in every axis. So yeah, the Digma that I'm using is a columnar. I think the original Digma is just a standard QWERTY, but it has like the right tenting and like all the other shit that matters, you know? It's like a split and all that. So yeah, I like the columnar. I'm okay with columnar. It's interesting. I'm not a fan of ortholinear though. The plank is absolutely ortholinear. So I have a plank. Dude, have I shown you this before? And yeah, it's a Saturday. Like, we're taking our time. Have I shown you my ortholinear? If you've ever watched one of my YouTube videos, you've seen this, like, platform behind me that has keyboards in it, right? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. All right. So within the same shelf, yeah, I got one of these like little mini guys. It's just a standard fucking QWERTY, but it's like so fucking small. It's fucking adorable, dude. This thing's great. I fucking love this little guy. Ah, it's adorable. It's called the minivan. Or whatever, you know? I don't know if I can get it to focus. But yeah, it's called a minivan. Ah, it's fucking adorable. I like this thing. But it actually rests, you know, vertically, like showing itself behind or in front of this guy. And yes, I need to switch out the keys. I'm not a big fan of these keys. I want to get like a better, like proper ortholinear key set for this. That's why like a bunch of these are missing because I don't care about it. But I have it inside of what is a cigar case. And I looked for and found a cigar case that fit it just right. So yeah, like I don't know. It is just like, you know, one of these bullshitty fucking things. I haven't mounted it, so it's like really shifty and loosey-goosey in there. Eventually, I might put in the effort. I don't know. So yeah, I think this is a plank. It could be one of the other ortholinears from like the same company. But yeah, OV Play, easy fit. No, I had to search Value Villages for months to find a cigar case that fit it just right. So yeah, I'm a fucking keyboard fan. Shit. But yeah, anyway, it's like having that shit. I don't know, it's fun. All right, let's get the bong. All right, I don't feel like getting up and getting ice cubes yet. But yeah, I really like this band, Metronomy. It's really good. I think it's mainly like the main singer did. I think he like mainly like writes most of it. I do think he gets help though from the rest of the band because he does have a consistent band, you know. I haven't actually looked at any of the songwriting credits. But yeah, I really like this band. So we're gonna play more Metronomy. Even if we haven't listened to, or if we have listened to them, whatever. We're restarting some of that shit. All right, so back to Metronomy. We're gonna play when they got the For Me feed. Dude, yeah, I really do think most of this band is like the main dude. So let's get The Light And then Good to Be Back. And I think there's like one or two others that I really like by them. I think that was one of them. I think there's another though. Dude, I popped open way too much shit. What the fuck is that? Roxanne, no thanks. No. No. Alright. Oh. Good to be back. Sure. Alright. So yeah, what up, Binary Pie, Mr. Sir? What you up to? Alright, so yeah, it's a Saturday. We're taking our time. We're doing some bullshit. So we did just update this. Let me double check one thing. Oh, nope. All right, so what went wrong? Oh shit, we didn't actually commit that. Right. Yeah, we didn't commit either one. Shit. Mm. Yeah, so we messed that up. That was a mistake. That's on me. And what up, Patch Step? How's it going? Yeah, I think I would have understood Spanish there, but yeah, we do try and keep it English only, even if I can understand it otherwise. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I took 3 years in high school. Um, and I can read Spanish. I can't speak it very well, but I can read Spanish. Not great, not well. Like, but I could at least like somewhat get around due to signage, you know, which I think is valuable enough. Irish isn't a language, man. Oh, I guess. Hold on. Are you talking like Celtic style Irish? Because actually, no, you're right. You're right. That's the thing. Like Northern Irish. Yeah. No, I get it now. I get it now. It's like a specific Irish though. There's a qualifier you need on the statement. Yeah. Gaelic, I think, is the proper term. Yeah, exactly. Like the language isn't literally called Irish, right? That's what I'm saying. Like Irish as a language doesn't exist. Gaelic is the language, you know. Now here's the thing. Hold up. There are fucking dudes in Belfast that speak some kind of like version of English, like Irish English, that is absolutely its own like slang, right? There are absolutely people that live right there in Belfast that even if you speak proper English and even like Gaelic, whatever they're saying ain't either of those things. You know, like so yeah, just saying. Oh, I actually hate this fucking song. That song sucks. This is their best song. And I like how the music video is just so fucking like VHS. That other song's good too, right? Walking in the Dark or whatever. The one we haven't listened to yet. It'll be the last one we listen to by then. There's like 3 of these songs by this artist that are just so fucking good. I'm not even sure how I discovered them before this because I did, and I didn't like their other songs as much, but I still gave them a shot. So there's something to be said for that. But dude, that bass line. Frisian? I don't know what Frisian is. Oh shit. But yeah. Like I wasn't trying to piss off Ireland. I'm just saying like Irish ain't the language. Gaelic. And that's the language, and I'm probably saying it wrong. But yeah, like I've met someone named hold on, and like it's spelled like Aislinn. No, it are you gonna say Aislinn? No, you're wrong. It's Ashlyn. What the fuck? Like, dude, no one would be able to predict that. All right, that's its own language for sure. What the fuck? Like, yeah. Good luck. Yeah, have you ever seen? Hold on. There is a movie called The Guard, I believe. 2011. Yep. Yeah. Brendan Gleeson, Don Cheadle. This movie's so fucking good. Y'all should watch it. It's really good, and they even like have a moment in it where like you know, without spoiling anything too crazy, like obviously Don Cheadle is a fish out of water and he goes and speaks to some people who speak proper Gaelic and he has no idea what they're saying. And then, yes, there's so much more to it. Don't actually read the plot unless you're okay with spoilers because it will tell you everything that happens. Instead, just go watch the film. It's really good. It's a little slower though. So I will say, like, there's definitely like a thing. Like, if you need a movie to be just like bam, 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 like, no, this isn't one for you. If you're able to like enjoy a pensive atmosphere, yeah, this is a film for you. If you don't like it, like, if you don't like films that take a while to kind of like get there and it's like the comedy and the vibe is just in the dialogue and the nuance. If you don't do nuance, it's not a film for you. So yeah, not trying to mislead people. If you don't do nuance, it's not for you. It's okay. Like, I hated the fucking Transformers films. Some people love that shit. You know? And that's okay. Not gonna lie. As a 3D graphics artist, or a bad one that realized I couldn't do it as a job, so gave up pretty quick. Seeing some of the shit people have done, like some of those scenes in that first Transformers movie, at that time with the graphics available to them, dude, okay. Sorry, I get it. Well played. Well played. Yeah, no worries, Sophie. Have a good night. But yeah, please let me know what graphing like mapping library you use. Are you going to use like Esri directly? Are you going to use OpenStreetMaps? Like I know you were like digging into it, and I'm not expecting you to have an answer now, but it was like fun research. Let me know how you end up going. I'd be really curious. But yeah, have a good night. Later. Hate the song Wedding Bells. Yeah, no, this isn't a good live show from them anyways. Let's just pop to the idols. This fucking music video is so good. I realized recently I keep listening to this song. Like it's more fun than I thought it was. Like, dude, it's just so good. Like I know it's like I equate it to like this is a song Tricky could make. Like just imagine Tricky singing this and it fucking fits, right? Dude, they should bring Tricky on for a fucking guest spot. All right, so yeah. It's like I smoke weed or something. We just committed that. Did we commit what we got here? Like, why is it yellow? What's the M? Does that mean modified? Are what? Do we think this is just VS Code fucking up? I think this is a VS Code problem. I think that M is actually like outdated as fuck. Yeah. So hold on. We push that up, right? Like, dude, I know it's like I smoke weed or something. But yeah, we push that up. That should have caused a thing that we could see. Nope, that won't be it. Who gives a shit about that right now? Not that, not that. Nope, don't need that, don't need that. Out of here, get out of here. We could leave that. All right, so hold on. I guess we got to just fire up that get up. Am I following the World Cup since it's in the US? No, honestly, like there was a thing yesterday in Seattle where like the bar, like I wouldn't have had a ticket to the event, but the bars around it would have been like a vibe. And I could have done it, but I don't know. I could just be here. I don't know. I understand. That's weird. Hey, we got there. All right, so we deployed that. And honestly, dude, I think it is so much less than like the 10 or 5 seconds I was talking about yesterday, like arguing with someone. Again, I would own half of the argument, half of the fucking disconnect if they were like to meet halfway. Because I still think, sure, they probably meant well, and I just was harsher than I should have been. But they did make a point that like, oh dude, having your back end down for X amount of time is like, oh my god, I really think the time in which this thing is down is so minimal. I think it's
so minimal. Like, dude, it's not even like, yeah, update permissions on backup script. Like, I don't know, transfer the release server, sure. Bundle the release. Like, none of these impact anything. There's the extract it and then restart it. And I wonder if the extraction is the majority of that time, which should not impact the restart, you know, the thing that actually like changes what's in memory, right? The process that's running that we kill for another. That switchover should actually be really fucking quick, in my opinion, right? Like, I don't know. I'm curious, like anyone here who is like a blue-green deployment diehard, I'm just curious, what amount of time do you think I'm fucking up by just doing like a with downtime deployment here of like extracting a thing to a directory and then just like restarting a service? Like, wouldn't that service already be cached in RAM? So like me changing the thing out from under it really doesn't matter. And then like we do the cycle, and that cycle's got to be like, dude, it's like less than 100 milliseconds at that point, right? I'm really curious what we think the real downtime I'm inducing is. No. So keep in mind, I'm doing this the naive way. I'm fucking up. I'm doing it the bad way because I don't think it's worth it necessarily. But what do we think the absolute worst case scenario of downtime is in the way I'm deploying this? I would love to like have a good like just ballpark figure to think about there. To me, it seems like it would be way less than 100 milliseconds, you know? So I forget, like, really, this is the step. This entire thing takes 5 seconds. But extracting is the heavy part of that. And where we're extracting it to, I don't think matters as much in the time it takes, like, you know, even the Elixir VM has like cached every single thing on the hot path into the VM's memory, right? So like reading from disk should not be a fucking bottleneck, and replacing the files on disk probably don't break anything. Brainless, how do you feel about this? Like, I would trust Brainless to really know about how like this kind of deployment process could be inducing downtime in which I'm maybe not calculating. No, so Vagorge and Binary Pi, I'm probably not measuring any of this stuff the right way, so that's on me. I could probably establish better metrics about like uptime and downtime, and we should do that. You're totally right. I'm just wondering what we could estimate right now with what we have. It's a single node. It's a single node. But what is the latency of the stuff we have in RAM living inside of the fucking Beam VM, me copying files to where those things were read from, but it doesn't have to break the cache of what's in actually the VM, right? And then from there, what is actually the latency of stopping the service and restarting it using the fresh fucking cache from disk? That part, I imagine that part being less than 100 milliseconds. But how would I measure that? And I think that's the important bit. How would we actually like set up a good measurement for that? Would that be like as the service is being killed, we log a timestamp somewhere? And then we restart and check that timestamp as quick as we can after all the other shit has been done to like launch things? What is the latency of that downtime? I think that might be it, right? But how do we set that up? I think that's actually kind of tricky. hold on. Binary pi. No. Nope. Binary pi. You're totally fucking wrong. The maximum it could take is 5 seconds. Where did you get 5 minutes from? Where did you get 30 seconds from? This entire step is only 5 seconds. And I'm saying the downtime from this step is actually way less than the entire 5 seconds because the decompression part is actually the longest part. I think the stopping and restarting a service is really fucking quick. Your 30 seconds to 5 minutes is not based in any reality because we see 5 seconds right here. What portion of this 5 seconds do we think we actually have downtime? That's the question I'm asking. All this shit's already pre-compiled, dude. It is pre-compiled Elixir. That's the entire fucking point. We're just restarting a service. It's a single node. No, I do care. We care. What is the maximum amount of downtime you think we have from copying these files after extraction that might possibly interfere with runtime until we do the restart of the service using the fresh assets? And then possibly the time it takes to read those assets into memory. What do we think that maximum amount of downtime actually is? That's the question I'm asking. So yes, the gorge is probably giving us a good pattern for how we could actually measure it. I'm just saying, what if we had the baseline, right? The most basic fucking just guess, You still say a full 5 seconds? Really, Vigorge? I don't know. That doesn't seem right to me. We have to measure it at this point. We have to know. How do we actually measure the downtime from a deploy? No. We do know. We are killing the entire service. It's a single fucking node. We kill the entire process. And we restart it. We do know when old content is new because it kills the entire cache when we stop it. That's how the Beam VM is operating in this instance. I'm almost positive of that. Again, Brainless could correct me when I'm wrong, but I'm almost positive of that. I think actually some of this we could be doing in a script on the server. Technically, I think we need a thing from the Beam VM that writes as it's being killed, right? We write a single file as it's being killed. Hopefully we can kick that to another fucking process or server or something so it doesn't actually delay the shit we're doing, based upon file write latencies, But yes, that would be the move. We write a fucking timestamp there. As the next server launches, we check this timestamp and that timestamp of the first time that the server can respond to anything, right? And the latency between those two fucking timestamps is the latency, right? I think that's the way to do it. I think that's the only way to do this. And no, we're only going to track it every time we do it. So we just we average the results as we get it and graph it that way. Hold on. You keep saying this word like I'm supposed to know it. I've heard it and I glossed over it because it doesn't affect what I'm trying to do. What you say P99, P99 is based upon statistical relevance, and we don't have that with a single node. So I'm not sure how P99 is relevant here, but I just might not understand. Like, we don't have statistical relevance with a single node. You're saying I bees with machine guns my fucking API as I reboot? No, I don't think that applies. No, I'm sorry. No, that's not for like actually what I'm looking for. Nah, that's not what I'm looking for. You're doing this from like a pure like API uptime thing. I need to look at it from I'm ingesting a WebSocket server, right? What messages did I miss from the fucking thing I'm consuming? That's way more important than any fucking like API uptime I care about. Yeah, no, this is more of like an ingest thing, not a fucking output thing. Output's fucking easy. I don't give a shit about that. That part's the easiest part. This is about like I have a WebSocket listener I am using that listens to a WebSocket. When I kill that WebSocket listener and have to reboot the thing, how many messages could I have missed? Right? Like, what is the absolute amount of like downtime for that? And I could look at like average like throughput numbers. All I need is the downtime value. That's the only metric that matters. Not some fucking like P99 or like TPS or any of that shit. And I'm saying WebSocket. What is a WebSocket? I don't know, man. That sounds like something you should probably Google, I guess. Right? This is like, dude, are we in a fucking job interview where someone's gonna like, it's for a front end role and they're gonna grill me about how fucking SSL works? Are you fucking kidding me? Ew. Ugh. You're gonna grill me about the entire fucking like SSL process? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I thought this was a front end role. Like, how does SSL work? I use certbot and call it good. Duh. Jesus Christ. That's a Cloudflare problem. That's a Vercel problem. What the fuck do I gotta think about how SSL works? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Dude. I don't have to think about how SSL works. We live that far in the fucking future. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And yeah, no, for sure binary. Like, no, I had a job interview where someone asked me that for a front end role. It was fucking ridiculous. It was after they asked me how to like reverse a linked list as well. It was fucking ridiculous for a front end developer role. When was the last time you used a linked list on the front end? Think about that. Think about that. When was the last time you personally used, right? Wrote and reversed a linked list on the front end? Meanwhile, I could look at your front end code and be like, dude, this should have been some CSS. You don't need to animate that with fucking JavaScript. That's front end engineering, dude. Right, we heard this already earlier. I want to hear the one about like the money shit. That song's fucking good. What's that Oliver Tree song? That one's fucking good. You built a tree for some obscure window management thing. I've had to do like the file tree like thing before. I've actually had to, take your money and let it burn. That one's fucking good. Yeah, we're gonna play that one. I've had to implement a file tree after someone who thought they were hot shit implemented a recursive like file tree component thing. And it blew the fuck up. They were dealing with 100 items, and then the customer gave us 1,000 items, and you would click a thing in their file tree, and it would take like a second and a half to actually like open it, and show like the shit that was beneath it. Yeah. So like it was funny. I worked at a company, Fresh Consulting, where like we would present about like some fun shit we made. And I remember seeing this dude gave a talk about using recursive algorithms for doing things like a file tree. And then I got given that project and I had to undo every single fucking thing he did about it and use fucking like a hash map, basically. Right? One-to-one lookup versus a fucking recursive algorithm. Like, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Dude read about recursive algorithms and was like, oh, I'll totally do this for a file tree component. Fuck you. Like, how dare you? There is such a better way to do that, more performant. Like, what the fuck? Why not depth first search? It's possible that's the way to go, but on every render? How often are you reevaluating this? If you want to maintain 60 frames a second, I don't think depth first search is even an option. You want one-to-one lookups. Is this thing open? When do you change when this thing is open? When a click happens. Right? Like, when are you updating shit versus when are you just doing a one-to-one lookup? You know? Yeah, I think even depth first search is a bad algorithm when you're trying to maintain 60 frames a second kind of shit. I could be wrong. I don't know for sure. The way I implemented it was a fucking hash map. What is this thing at this coordinate? Blah blah blah. Is it open or closed? It's just a true false boolean, possibly like doubly nested, but who gives a shit? You know, algorithm wise, whatever. Like it chews up more RAM, dude. We got more RAM. We don't have enough fucking cycles per fucking frame. You know. It's one of those like things you just got to figure out. Like, what are you building with? And it was fine when we had 100 things. The recursive algorithm just worked. The moment the fucking customer comes back and gives you 1,000 things instead of fucking 100, because obviously they were going to do that. You just didn't actually talk to the customer ahead of time and understand their problem, right? You didn't actually get the right fucking criteria for the problem you went down. And this is almost really relevant towards like AI these days, right? Did you collect the right fucking criteria for what you were building? Did you get the right specification? If you didn't, you built some shit that you didn't actually need. You know? Or that doesn't solve the problem you actually have. Or will have eventually. Like, dude, extracting the right specification from the client or from the person asking for a thing has always been the job of a senior engineer. AI didn't change that. So yeah, like this senior engineer before me, right? Like I would consider him on par, whatever. He was senior for sure. Implementing the recursive thing, it worked for the data set he was given, but he didn't bother to ask the client if that was the limit of the data set they would ever be given. That's actually a flaw in the client communication process that no AI will ever solve sufficiently, consistently, you know? For AI to take our jobs, the client needs to know exactly what they want. We're safe. You know, like, dude, we're so safe. For AI to take my job, the client needs to know exactly what they want. They've never known that. That's our job to help them figure it out. And then the coding part was secondary. It's always been secondary. Anyway, let's get more music. I do want to hear that one Oliver Tree song, the Money Burn song. Suitcase full of cash. Here we go. But okay, so I don't know. We do need to set up like a proper measurement for this shit. Might be able to measure in Sentry, yeah, but then we deal with like the latency of networking versus like being able to just like record it locally. Like we're not doing Kubernetes binary. Like we're not dealing with like cattle. Like we're dealing with a pet. We can record our data on the pet. It's not cattle. Right? We're going the opposite of fucking Kubernetes. So we can just record shit to disk, you know? It's fine. Right? The thesis of Kubernetes is cattle, not pets. We are dealing with a pet. This is our server. This is our pet. I want to give it a name, you know? No, it's not cattle. I like my server. I want to give it a name. No, we're not going to eat my server. No, I don't want bacon made out of its fat. This is my server, man. Kubernetes is for host names that end in a number. Ugh. That's so good. I like that patch. I do really like this song. This song's so fucking good, dude. Dude, this song's so good. All right, so hold on. Robotic Head will not be joining us tonight. Let me look at the Indian food place, how late I can order food. It's not like I'll starve if I missed the window. But I do want to eat some Indian food. That sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Until 9:30? Yeah. Nah, we're good. Dude, I got easily like 20 minutes. Shit, I can go pee. All right, so I don't know about this song. Yeah. Ooh. What do we listen to? Dude, I hope this band like tours again at some point. That'd be cool to see. But yeah, let me go pee. BRB. Yeah, we got at least like 20 minutes to a half hour. I think I could order the Indian food and go over there and be good. I'm curious if Brainless just got a nap in them and maybe they'll be ready in a couple hours or something for gaming. But I do plan on getting the Indian food and probably hopping into some gaming over on the gaming channel and playing probably some PoE too. Anyone that wants to join, you're welcome. But yeah, let me go pee. And we got at least like 20 minutes to a half hour to like debug some of the shit. BRB. Alrighty then. So yeah, anyway, right? Host names that end in a number. Dude, that is such a fun way of phrasing that. Did you come up with that just now? So if we're doing, right, we do this like extract Besijo and restart service thing. So hold on, like I don't think the tar introduces downtime. So realistically, we'd want to, right, like log restart start timestamp, right? And then after that, boom. Like, I really feel like that would be the only induced downtime. I don't think this, like, tar part would actually matter. And I think this is actually the absolutely... Oh, hold on. Wait. No, there it is. We're actually doing the stop Besijo thing. Nah, so hold on. That's actually where it'd be. So if this is taking 5 seconds, it really is the full 5 seconds because we're doing a full stop. But hold on, I don't know if we need to. I don't think we actually need to do a full stop there. I'm wondering if we could do that. Like, how much of that shit is in memory? Does overwriting the files cause as much, like, issue as we would think? And you know what? Like, we're gonna stop and start it anyway, so who gives a shit? Dude. Oh, man. I gotta quiz Brainless on this one. I'm not even sure they know, and that's fine. I'm so curious about that. I don't know, man. Hold on. I don't know, man. Which model? Like, dude, we want one that does the fucking search bullshit. I don't know, man. Like, is this it? Yeah, let me ask Gemini. Alright, fuck it, dude. Yeah, why not? They're massively, like, subsidizing this shit. This is basically, like, gonna be the best model, I think, right? Like, dude, I have this in my GitHub action. Right? What if we do that? What does the fucking clanker think? Like, I don't know, man. I would actually trust Brainless more than the clanker at this point. They're just not available. I think they're getting a solid nap in, which I can respect. Ooh, the symlink pattern. Ooh. Someone else actually recommended the symlink pattern earlier. Ooh, hold on. Who was that? I'm sorry for ignoring that. Are you still out there? Someone definitely recommended that, and I forgot who it was. Damn, they're not wrong. That's probably the way to go. You learned you had to click like 6 buttons to cancel your X Premium? Yeah, I've done it like 2 or 3 times now. But at the end of the day, I did it to message. Oh man, like 6 months ago, even. I did it just so I could message Mitchell Hashimoto, and he just ignored me, which I kind of expected. So, like, that's not a slight on him in any way. But I did it just so I could send a message to see if we could give a talk at you know, the Get Kraken conference. Like, dude, what do you even call that? Is it GitCon? I think we call it GitCon. That's a little ambitious, but I think that's what we call it, yeah. No, I think it's literally GitCon. It's ambitious. You know. No one told them they couldn't. Yeah, shit. Yeah, no, I get it. No, I'm pretty sure it was GitCon with like a K, you know. I've done it twice and I still forget, you know. Because it's a little ambitious, you know. Every single company with Git in their name should thank their lucky stars that the Git Foundation hasn't decided to sue them. That includes GitHub. You know, like, holy shit. If you're going to sue one company, though, you got to sue GitHub too, right? So, like, they just don't want to evenly enforce that, so they just can't at this point. So you can name your product anything with Git in the name, because if they prosecute you, they got to prosecute everyone. Like, everyone. It's untenable at that point. Yeah, they lost the fucking trademark ages ago because they didn't defend it properly. Which I think is fine. Like, dude, I don't think the Git Foundation actually gives a shit. No, like, honestly, any good lawyer could argue that they gave up the fucking license, like, in 2008 when GitHub was created, or whatever, right? 2006 even. I don't even fucking know, right? The fact that the Git Foundation didn't defend their fucking trademark at that point, they lost it. So it was lost in 2006 or 7 or 8 or whatever, right? Any good lawyer could argue that, but it does cost the money to have a lawyer to do so. But I think that's why the Git Foundation really doesn't do any of that shit at this point. I'm almost positive. Like, that's the thing. They know they would never win. So it's not worth it. And because all of that shit from those meetings, I think, is open anyway, I don't think I'm forbidden from saying, like, dude, they talk about it, but not a single person there is actually willing to, like, make it a thing, you know? So yeah, I think the Git trademark is done and dusted at this point. You want to name a product with Git in the name? Yeah, you're fine. Just do it. Yeah, they lost the trademark fucking ages ago. It's kind of crazy. The fact that they still talk about it is kind of funny. Like, dude, you guys still think about this? You lost the trademark. It's not even worth thinking about anymore. Like, why is this a line item at your fucking, like, bi-yearly meeting? Like, dude, just, or semi-annual meeting. I think it's actually semi-annual. I don't know how often they meet. I know they meet at least, like, during, like, the get merged time. I'm so curious about that, actually. Shit. Right? Get? What about get got? Ooh. Ooh, get got, man. What product are you going to build with the name get got? That actually sounds fantastic. Anyways, like I smoke weed or something. So yeah, this thing is saying like the better way would be to use dude, there are ways we could like really make our downtime like completely negligible. Like, dude, the Symlink approach is probably the way to go, man. Wait, polars? You're saying polars? Are you talking about like the fucking Stripe competitor? What polars thing are you talking about, man? I don't think I know. Like, I'm thinking of like the Stripe competitor. Like, are we thinking about different things? I mean, I know you can spam the link. You can use your words, dude. Oh, God damn it. You keep typing. I keep trying to copy the link and you won't let me. Like, dude, at least I wasn't clicking in a place that would have like gotten you banned or something. So yeah, my bad. You're talking about, oh, it's data frame shit. I was unaware. No, there's like a totally different thing. Hold up. What the fuck am I thinking of? Dude, I thought it was polar. No, I'm actually looking for polar. Give me no polar. Okay, so I thought you were talking about this. It's polar.sh. Really? Dude, it's super fucking similar. No, this is a Stripe competitor. Dude, they do some shit. Like, oh my god, man. Yeah, I get it. I use Stripe. I'm majorly considering switching to Polar for a bunch of, like, dude. The next thing I build, I think I might build on top of Polar. What's this shit? Raconteurs. Nah, I'm good. No thanks. They're alright, sure. Oi, oi, Malloy. Yeah, no big deal. Like Sown. The song is Hard Liquor. Yep, no worries. Yep. But yeah, dude, nah, the Polar startup program seems pretty fucking good, actually. Just saying, like, people should be checking this out. It is a pretty hefty transaction fee over, like, Dude, Stripe is cheaper. PayPal's cheaper too. Right? I think Stripe and PayPal have commoditized around like 2.5% and then 25 cents per transaction. Am I wrong on that? Dude, hold on. No way. Have they increased their pricing too? Nah, 2.9. Oh, they're back up to 30%. Oh, 30 cents though. All right, so 2.9 and 30 cents is really 3.4 versus 2.9. That's like, I don't know, it's 0.5%. Depending on what you're doing, that eats into your bottom line pretty heavy. Like, I could see that. And then what about fucking PayPal, dude? What? Anywhere between 2.2 and 3.4. Sure. Okay. Oh, yeah, the merchant of record thing really does have its own thing. Yeah, so Polar, and that's their merchant of record. What is, like, dude, I haven't seen the Stripe merchant of record thing. Do you have a link? I think you're right. I think you're totally right. What is the Stripe merchant of record, like, cost? Yeah, I think I fucked that up. That's why they bought Lemon Squeezy, though. You know that, right? Managed payments? Oh. Okay. Yeah, like, seriously, where's the fucking pricing, man? Copy link. I mean, I'll do the ENUS version just to know. Sure. So 2.9 is still the 2.9 versus 3.4, man. It still is, dude. So yeah, it really does become the same number. Wait, what did I miss? You're saying managed payments. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we have it here in the URL. They just don't redirect you to that section because their fucking anchor links are broken. Don't blame me for their fucking broken shit. Shit, dude. Oh, did they? Nah, you're right. Touche. Alright, fine, whatever. I still needed to figure this shit out, but yeah, no, you're right. Alright, touche. You're right. So yeah, 3.5% versus... Dude, they don't say the other part? I feel like there's still the... transaction fee, though? Is that the thing? Hold on. Does the Stripe not have a transaction fee? I don't know yet. They don't say it. We could look in more. But is that like the difference? And then if you really want to think about... That part? Oh, no, it says it. Okay. So they all do it? All right, all right. Interesting. All right, so hold on. They close at 9:30. I gotta order my food. It's 8:42. Like they're closing. I gotta get my butter chicken, my naan bread, and my papadums. Shit. Here's my question: why don't they have my fucking order like memorized, man? Are you fucking kidding me? And yeah, no, Pet Step, I'm gonna order my food. You have no fucking say over that process. You know that, right? Like, you can tell me, right? It's like, if you stood on like an overpass and told traffic underneath you to like, okay, you can pass. Yeah, that's what you're doing right now. I'm gonna order my food. You can't fucking, you can't stop me. Like shit. Like, you know? Shit. All right, just saying. Like, thank you for the permission. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. With Pat Step's permission, I'm ordering my Indian food now. Yeah, I'm just having fun. Take it easy. You're on 3rd Street. All right, I gotta find the fucking papadums. I gotta like search for this shit. Come on, man. Hey, papadums. All right, butter chicken, butter naan, papadums. Dude, I had a reward sitting for me, $10 off, and then all right, well shit, I guess I'll do 25% tip. Why not? So it's about where it was anyway. Yeah, dude. $32 for butter chicken, papadums, and butter naan. Ooh, buddy. Yeah, that's fucking amazing. With a 25% tip. They're the best, dude. They're the best. All right, so they're saying I got to pick it up in 15 minutes. Yeah, no, I got it. So I should probably raid someone now. We have done a bunch of work. We did some shit. And yeah, we should actually think about how we can make like our deploy process better. Like better and better. It's like I smoke weed or something. But yeah, so I probably won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming Monday. And I will probably still do some like coding BS on various like things like GitBench, etc. tomorrow, and you know, before we are streaming again on Monday. We'll check in on that shit. We'll do like our own shit because like, dude, Masijo needs some solid work. We got shit to fix, dude. We upgraded dependencies today. Ugh. I think it was fine though. This is the place that this is the place that didn't have Papadoms on the menu. The original place was like a DoorDash order away. This new place is like the close one, but they didn't have Papadoms, and I'd have to walk in with cash and then order extra. And now they have it on the menu. So, yeah, big thumbs up to the place nearby. Big thumbs up. Anyway, who's streaming right now? It's like we smoke weed or something, which I could totally do. We got people to play games with later. I could play some fucking PoE 2. There's other games I could play too, depending on the crowd and depending on who's available. I know Robotic Head's out. JLem, you out there? Brainless, you out there? Like, I don't know. We got people we can play like PoE 2 with, or I could play something else. No stress, but hold on. Who's streaming? Who should we go raid? That's actually like way more important. We see Shindigs doing an Unk stream. We see Auroral Games playing a Gemling Path of Exile 2 character. Oh, shit. Birdie's not streaming, so that's a separate thing. Damn, they are going right now, though, which is cool. We see BlazeBits hack the planet, Binary Jiu-Jitsu. Sure. Not Nang, move to LA, pickleball, something stream. Connection lost. All right, well, hold on. Dude, I do want to raid Nang. No, connection lost. Be right back. And I tried. Take it easy, Vigorge. Like, dude, don't leave such a spicy moment right now. Like, as we're trying to raid out. Like, what are you trying to do to me, man? Like, just chill. Just be cool, dude. If you're not capable of that, I'm not sure, man. I don't know, dude. Just be cool, dude. Yeah, no, I think we just go raid BlazeBits. He's fucking awesome, man. He's super cool. Oh, no. He's not done, is he? Oh, no. BlazeBits, don't you do this. All right, cool. No, I think we're good. We go raid him. He's awesome. I think I'll see him in Dallas later this year at Commit Your Code conference. We just got to guilt him into it. No big deal, right? He needs to get the rest of his company to go, like, buy tickets, too. Because they're in the area, right? I think, maybe? I don't know for sure. But we're going to go raid BlazeBits. I think I spelt their name right. Yeah, we see the logo. We're good to go. I'll be over on Griffing and Chill. For people that don't know, yeah, we hang out. We smoke weed. We drink whiskey. What is the difference between this and that stream? Oh, I play games on that stream, not this stream. I guess, right? Anyway. So, thank y'all for hanging out over on the Twitter and the YouTube and all that shit. We're having a good time. We're listening to music. What the fuck is this music, actually? Like, I don't know. Like, I think the Black Mambo song I actually like more than that Glass Animals, but whatever. We're going to go raid into BlazeBits, and I'll be over on Griffing and Chill. Right? Gaming. So that's the channel where we game, where we hang out. And I'll be over there tomorrow as well. The next time I'll be on this channel is Monday. So yeah, tomorrow I'm going to go like buy some new grips for my golf clubs. I might even re-grip them on the gaming stream tomorrow. That sounds fun, right? Just mineral oil and fucking two-sided fucking grip tape. No big deal. It's actually not that hard. You can re-grip your own clubs. It's so easy. See you there. But let's go say hi to, hold on, Blazebits. Later.